Cool, so welcome to the UpliftHER channel. Hopefully you have just moved over from World VFX Day's YouTube channel. We are partnering today for International Women's Day. Super excited that Hayley has continued to kind of join us today. This partnership has been something that we are both incredibly passionate about, and we have managed to put a whole host of talks today. So if you're just joining, we have been spending the whole day together. And we've got the whole afternoon as well still to go. We've got a huge amount of talks to come, from things like building your own network to looking at kind of how we look at progression to talking about allyship as well. So there's some really key things. Remember to kind of go on to all of the live chats and kind of keep everybody engaged and invite other people to attend. If you've managed to attend some today and you need to kind of drop off, remember to rejoin, because we've got huge amounts of things going on, and it's a pleasure to have you here today. And Hayley, do you want to, I know we've spent all morning with you, is there anything you'd like to kind of add as well?
Yeah, just to reiterate what you've just said, super happy to partner up with you, because it's nice mostly to do something together with other people working remotely. Especially, it's been a real joy to work with you and UpliftHER and all the women that we've spoken to so far. Just the support has been amazing. So yeah, I'm really excited to see the talks that are coming up. So yes, thank you for joining, everyone.
Yes, thank you for joining, and enjoy International Women's Day. Welcome to our session today. We are talking about how to build a career network. I'm Amy.
And I'm Christina.
I think one of the reasons we wanted to talk about building a career network was actually how important it is to our careers and having longevity, and also building opportunities as well. I think it's one of the areas that we sometimes negate to focus on as well. I think one of the sayings that we've kind of come up with at UpliftHER is that 50% of your career is based on developing your skills, and 50% is based on developing your network. And yeah, as I said, I think we're not really taught or encouraged how to do that. And also, the word networking tends to be a word that sometimes makes us feel a little bit cringy as well. Wouldn't you say, Christina?
Yeah, it sounds a bit corporate, like stuffy, that you have to get dressed up and then go mingle and do that kind of poncy stuff. But in actuality, it's day-to-day networking and building relationships with your colleagues, and then even going out for drinks or dinner with them afterwards. It could start from there, and then they introduce you to their network as well, and soon enough you've got a great network built. So it doesn't need to be about that, but it can be about going out to networking events as well. Those are always good. They're getting better and better because there's a lot of us that don't enjoy doing it. So there's a lot of engagement now from everybody in terms of how they can make it a bit of a better circumstance around the whole networking thing and helping people with networking, which is fun. But Amy and I have been to a few networking events, haven't we?
We have, and we have shared, I suppose, some similar experience. I think that's the point of trying to also demystify networking a bit, that it doesn't have to be you're walking around with a glass of wine in your hand. There are those, and some of them are really good. We try really hard with our networking events to make it easy and accessible for people, and we put a lot of time and attention into figuring out how we can make those introductions so we take away it being intimidating for people. But certainly I feel that when I've gone to some networking events, and like you said, Christina, we've gone to a couple together, it does feel a little bit cringy and it can feel off-putting. And how do you even introduce yourselves when you've got the awkwardness of walking around a room? So I think one of my first things would be to demystify networking as actually just building connections. And actually that's something that we should be doing all the time, like almost every day, every week, every part of like kind of the things that we do. It's just about how you form human connection. And it doesn't have to be in those networking events. It is a great way if you find a great one, and something that you feel comfortable doing. And especially if you want to try and find connections that maybe are not in your normal circle, but there's loads of different ways to do it. You can reach out to people online. You can, like you were saying, you can ask people to introduce you to other people. You can actually follow up in email or writing and stuff like that as well. So it doesn't have to be walking around drinking a glass of wine and talking to people in that direct way. There are lots of different other forms.
And then it's also about keeping in touch with those connections that you build as well, because although you may have not chatted with them for a while, it's always good to just touch base, whether it's a quick hello, just thought of you on LinkedIn, you message them there, or just send them a quick email just to say hello. So yeah, it's building your network, but actually obtaining that along the way.
Yeah. Like I said, that follow-up piece is so important, isn't it? It's all very well thinking that you've maybe got over the first hurdle of introductions, but trying to cultivate it if you want, like you would do any other skill. You spend time kind of learning or finding out more, but the simple act of being able to follow up with somebody that you met saying, or spoken to or got introduced to, saying, I've found something out I'm really interested in, or I've learned something about you, or you've said something that was I want to find out more about as well, is often an easier way to continue those kind of that dialogue and that conversation as well.
And then there's also mentorship as well, another way to build your network, and that's seeking out a mentor, as well as asking your mentor as well to connect you with other people too. So that helps build up your career network.
Yeah, I think that point I wanted to touch on mentoring, coaching, sponsoring, because I think they're often words that are thrown about and we get not necessarily confused by them, because they actually all have their valid place, but there's parts of them that also interconnect. So I think when you're thinking about building your network and purposely who you want to connect with and why you maybe want to connect with them as well. So whilst we would advocate connecting with people for the sake of connecting with them, because you would never really know where you're going to go with those conversations, and that in itself can be really inspiring and open opportunities that you didn't know were available, particularly if you don't know about an industry or a type of job. If you don't talk to people about them, then you'll never find out. But I think the terms mentoring, we often talk about mentoring as being one of the key things at UpliftHER, because that's actually just about an ongoing relationship. So where you both have mutual value for each other. So somebody might be more senior or more junior to somebody, but it's about how you develop together and that you can both learn from each other, and you give advice and encouragement, and it's a way of unlocking potential, and it tends to be a bit more informal as well and flexible, because it's really around that relationship. And then coaching tends to be a bit more of a structured process, tends to be the development of skills or behaviors, and tends to be more time bound. So it's about self-discovery, and it's quite often performance driven as well. So it's normally quite attached to an organization or something that's been set up, but individuals also go and kind of, if you have a specific area maybe that you want to focus on, coaching can also be great, but it tends to be less organic than something like mentoring. And then I think sponsoring is something that we would want to see mentoring move into. So what might start as a relationship and quite an organic thing is actually how can you move those relationships into focusing on increasing your visibility and also opportunities. So that for me again is a two-way street. It's not always one person doing it for somebody else, but it's mutually kind of beneficial also as well, to try and have people that would advocate for you, and champion you and kind of give you access to their network as well. Like you were saying right at the beginning, simply asking people, who else can you introduce me to? Or is there any way that I can kind of look and see if there's any connections that would be beneficial to all of us is a really good way to kind of advance that network as well.
Absolutely. And there's always the use of social media.
There is.
So social forums as well, getting involved on certain topics and getting engaged, meeting people through that platform. And who knows, possible relationship building can come from there as well, especially if you've got a shared interest or a hobby.
So I think if you were to start to think about how to build your network, which also in itself can sometimes feel a bit intimidating, I would probably encourage somebody to actually just get a pen and paper, or whether you want to do it on a computer or something like that, and actually just start to make lists of people that you know, that like where they are in the world, maybe what company, and actually what people might start off thinking that their network isn't very like wide or isn't very big, but actually if you start to kind of work on the basis that actually we all know lots of people, we've maybe been to like school or to university or we've got family networks as well. Quite often we look at our relationships as one dimensional, and it's really helpful to kind of start to think about who is it that we actually know, and what do they actually do, and kind of build on from there. Because once you've got your network almost mapped and a list, you can start to put people into buckets, and they might fall in multiple buckets, but there might be people that you go to from, like we're saying, more from a mentoring perspective. So you go to them for advice and for guidance. And also they might be a champion of yours as well. So they might be your cheerleader in the background that helps give you confidence. And then we all need that. But also we need people that will help us critically and give us feedback as well. And that might be another group of people that you go to for that as well. And people, like we were saying, from a sponsorship perspective, that actively will help you open doors. And so you can start to then, once I think you've got a list of all of the people in your network, you can start to put them into different categories and figure out, are there areas that I'm maybe lacking in, and need to kind of focus on, because actually maybe I have lots of people that are my cheerleaders and people that I go to for support and guidance and stuff like that, but I haven't really got anybody that will open doors for me. And then you can start to think about, can I either convert people into that bucket, or is there somebody in the mentor and the guidance bucket that actually I can move into, or ask them, is there anybody else that I can be introduced to as well that will help open those doors? And I think that's a really great place to start, and something that I would advocate that people do on a regular basis, because also that helps you go back to, like you were saying, Christina, going like, what's the follow-up? Like doing something once, but relationships are things that we have to cultivate. So it helps you stay in touch with people, realize when the last time it was that you maybe spoke or got in touch with that person, and to kind of maintain and build that relationship over time as well.
And just to add to that, also it's good to define your goals as well and figure out where you want to head. And I know can be quite daunting, but even just looking at next week, if you want to start there, looking at next year and the next couple of years, just writing some thoughts down. And that will also help with what Amy was saying in regards to building out the list that you're creating of people you want to network with. And also even just think of different roles that you want to network with, and then fill in the names a little bit later, once you've got an idea of who fits within that role. So that's going to really help define your network.
I think the other powerful thing to look at as well when you're looking at your network map, if you want, is to look at not only where you'll have, but the diversity of it as well. So not just from maybe organizations, but where we get different opinions from as well, and different life experiences, because that brings a huge amount normally to our careers, but also how we do things on a day-to-day basis as well. So quite often you might be going to a set group of people for something, and you might be actually lacking in a different perspective that might challenge the way that you either perceive the world, but also you develop your own opinion of a certain topic as well, or a certain skill. So I would say once you've got everything mapped out, not only look at identifying where the gaps are, but like also identify the possibility for diversity in it as well, because diversity of thought and experience adds a huge amount, and again kind of can lead to opening different doors that you might not have experienced before. So say the combination of that, think internally. So if you're in an organization, do it within an organization, but also definitely do it out externally as well. So quite often when we get in an organization, we tend to just think about the organization that we're working within. So we typically think about putting yourself in an external perspective. And it might be that you create two separate maps as well, and you then pull them together, because that could also be an easier way of managing. And then you can also see the difference as well in how those two look.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And one of the last points I wanted to make was visibility and staying engaged. So kind of off the point of what you were saying, Amy, it's important just to be a part of different things and different events, different associations, and going to certain meetings that are being held, just to be visible. I know that it can often be like, oh, but I've got a deadline, I need to stay focused. Oh, you know, if I peek my head up too often, then people are going to get nervous, I'm going to leave my work. But it's important for you as an individual to be in attendance of different events that are being hosted within your industry or outside, depending on what your hobbies are. But being visible and staying engaged with the community is just so important.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think the reason it matters so much, not only did we talk about right at the beginning that 50% of your career is based on developing your skills and 50% is based on developing your networks, but access to opportunities is shown that 80% of jobs kind of come from your network. So not even applying, and we're not saying people should only be doing networking when they're looking for a job. Absolutely not. Like, this is something that you want to build up habit and consistency over time, because it's without doing it, you are really limiting yourself. So you want to play an active part in your own career and kind of the ability to kind of fulfill your job and stuff like that as well. And if you don't participate in it, and I think your point, yes, we have all got tasks, they never end. Like, and I think that's a really important thing to kind of realize, that it will never end. So there will always be something. So you have to make a real conscious decision to prioritize this, because nobody else will really tell you that that's what you should be doing. But actually it becomes a really big part of not only our careers, but also just in how we do stuff as well. Without a career network, it's not just always about finding the next job, but it is about the confidence we have. It's also understanding maybe the trends and things that are happening within different industries as well as your own, and even the occupation as well. So not just your the job that you do, but there might be different things that are happening and trends that you need to kind of be aware of. And like I said, we can all learn a huge amount from each other as well. So it becomes incredibly valuable. And I think one of the mishaps that I was going to say, so we've got to the point where we think about who do we need to connect with? What does our map look like? How can we maybe consolidate internal and external maps and like kind of family connections and friends connections, and using all of those is often, okay, well, we've now got this, but how do I start to talk to some of these people or engage with some of these people? And one of the biggest things that I think I've learned is that you start with where you can help. So what value can you give to them first, rather than going in with, I need this from you, I think is a great way, because actually people want things in their lives that make stuff easier. And if you can start with the value that you offer, whether it's an idea or whether it's even a connection that you can offer yourself, or whether, like you said, getting involved in a group or something, contributing in some way, actually you'll find that when you offer help and support and value, people are much more open.
Yeah, they're much more receptive, even just resources as well. If you've been learning a certain topic, or you've stumbled upon an article, or just anything that you've seen on any of the social media sites that you could just throw somebody's way, like, hey, I've been reading up about compound interest, for example. You might want, I'll send this your way just to have a look. You know, it's just being helpful. It's as little as that, sending an article. It doesn't have to be full blown anything. So yeah, it's really going to help build all of that.
Yeah. Cool. So that's a bit about building networks. We hope you've given a bit of an insight. I would say, if I was to summarize it, I would start to talk about what you're doing, not just how you're doing things. So particularly from a women's perspective, we're very good at engaging with people and talking about kind of how everybody's doing. You want to start talking about what you're doing. So that's that value piece that we've already kind of mentioned. Be strategic about who you connect with. So think about building your map, like look about who's in your kind of circle and how you can extend that circle. Dedicate time, make time to network as part of your kind of routine. And it's really easy if you actually put aside time like you would any other task, like kind of to expand your professional circle. So whether it's introducing yourself, whether it's attending networking events, whether it's like kind of emailing or trying to connect with people, if you make it part of a routine, like it then becomes just part of the everyday thing that you do. Follow up. So don't just do something once. If you don't get a response, or if you don't get engagement, don't take it. It's not a no, like kind of, so it's definitely worth following up and being consistent with that. People are busy. And like I said, and therefore offering kind of help and value first also is the window into that as well. So if you're asking something from people, then people are busy. If you give value and offer help, then they'd be much more willing to kind of engage, and that can often spark a conversation. Map everything internal and external, and put yourself out there. Develop a presence, like you were saying. Social media is a massive kind of part of the way that we do things. Organizations are often communities now as well. So having a presence and having something that you're happy to kind of talk about and develop is a way that people can identify you and get access to you as well. And joining groups, as you were saying, Christina, groups and communities, not only your internal ones in organizations, but look at the things that you can affiliate yourself with. We started UpliftHER to kind of help people kind of connect together and build kind of those. And I think it's a great way. It's a great way that you can offer help and develop presence. And by joining those groups means that you often will straddle different industries and different jobs and stuff like that, not just kind of how your organization is set up, but also kind of how you can mobilize and do that across different industries as well. Don't dismiss people that aren't in your space, that you don't think that you want to be in. There's loads that we can learn from lots of different people and experiences they've got. So, and often opportunities come from that. And consider, like we said, who you know personally and professionally. And the last one I have is stay patient. Like, this is not an instant thing. You have to work on it. It's part of what makes us successful. It's part of what gives us career ability and career longevity. But it takes time, and it's something that you constantly have to work on as well.
Amazing.
Any last tips from you, Christina?
Nope, I think that's it. I think you covered everything.
Well, I think there's quite a bit for everybody to kind of get on with. So thank you for joining today. It's been a pleasure. And you will hear more from us in the future.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our session. And my name is Kranti. I head Visual Effects Studio in India. I'm also an ambassador for UpliftHER for India. And please join me in welcoming Urmila Sampath, who is a very special guest for this particular session. Urmila is a banker, a teacher, and now a researcher. She's a research scholar researching on financial preparation of working women for the post-retirement life. I think it's a very special, or rather very important topic for all of us. And we just thought that it's International Women's Day and nothing better than speaking about this particular subject. Why did we choose this particular topic or a subject? So Urmila interviewed me about 4 years ago, and I have got about 3 decades of work experience. But when she interviewed me about 4 years ago on my financial aspects of the financial side of the story in my life, I just felt that I am so under-equipped for my post-retirement story. So I'm probably living by the day. I'm probably managing everything that's happening today, my kids, my responsibilities, my fun, my travel, so I'm able to fund everything as of today. But am I prepared for my future, or was I preparing for myself, for my future, my retirement? The answer was absolutely no. The questions were very intriguing, very eye-opening, and that's when I decided, or rather we decided, that this is going to be a very meaningful session for everyone, not pertaining just to women. I think it's very important for all the men in our lives to even hear the session. With that, I will pass on to Urmila, who probably would like to introduce herself a little more, and then we can take ahead into questions.
Yeah, so thank you, Kranti. And I have to first thank you and Amy and UpliftHER for having me here. I'm really excited to talk about what I have been studying so far. I have been talking to a lot of women, and the purpose is to share the information. And at the end of the session, even if some of you are going to think about where I am now, where I need to go, and am I prepared to go where I want to go? So even if it actually sparks a little fire in you, where you are checking where you are now and what you want to do and how prepared are you, or how do you start, then we would have actually succeeded in passing on some kind of a insight to you people. So thanks a lot again for having me here, and I'm excited about the session.
Awesome. So let's just jump into it, right? My first question would be, why did you choose to research specifically on women's retirement?
Yeah, so the topic actually was, when I was discussing with my research coordinators and my friends on, I have to start my research, and then I want to pick a topic which actually has some kind of a practical value, wherein at the end of it, I will be adding something back to the society, or it has to be useful for someone instead of just being a degree. And at that particular point of time, since I was an ex-banker, we were looking out for topics related to finance. And when I was in the bank, I have interacted with a lot of customers, and I generally see that the understanding about finances or financial planning or financial products is not that widespread among the youngsters. So this was around a decade back. And we thought, okay, fine, let's look into finance related topics. And then when we narrowed down, we checked that in many of the countries, even in India, with all the government offices, they had started to shift to NPS scheme, that is defined contribution scheme instead of a defined benefit scheme. So many of the countries have done this across the globe, and many keep switching backward and forward. So what actually happens is, in the defined benefit scheme, the people who are getting a pension exactly know how much pension they'll be getting. But in a defined contribution scheme, the funds are being invested in market related schemes. So you will not know how much your pension or how much money you'll be getting after you retire at all. So when this was an aspect, when we said, okay, we'll study retirement. And then when we dug in further, we found out that women were specifically lagging in their preparation for retirement. And even if they're actually contributing in these kind of schemes and they say that I am contributing, is it enough? So that kind of questioning started, and that's when we narrowed down on women's retirement, because we found out that whatever research has been done, the research on women's retirement specifically has been significantly less when compared to how much men's retirement has been studied. And especially when we narrowed down on whether they are financially prepared, we do not have much qualitative studies which talks about, are they preparing, how are they preparing, why are they not preparing, they're not preparing, and all those things. So that's when we narrowed down on the topic.
So why do you think that retirement is different for men and women? Why is it like so different?
Basically, it is, the working trajectories are very different for women when compared to men. So even though we say that we talk about women empowerment, and then we see a lot of women coming and getting higher education, and then they're participating in the labor force across the countries, we still see that a majority of their lives are being impacted greatly by the gender roles. So gender roles meaning, traditionally the man was seen as the bread earner of a particular family, and the women are actually given the caregiving activities of the family. So they take care of the children, they take care of the household, whereas the man takes care of the finances. This is the gender roles. So this impact has been great on women. So even let's say that a woman starts her career when compared to men, she also started the career at the same time. But over the years, over the timeline, when she gets into much more familiar responsibilities, she kind of takes a back seat. And that's why you don't see many of the women in the leadership positions. And they take a backseat to take care of for childbirth, or taking care of their children, or taking care of their household. And whereas the man gets that extra push that their household is actually being taken care of. So what actually happens here is, she specifically chooses certain jobs, or she chooses certain roles where she gets time enough to look after her career as well as her household. And if she indeed takes a career break, when she comes back, she is already compromised on her career growth, and she's compromised on her income growth as well. So these career breaks, these late starts, or many of them take a break and they never come back, and or they participate in much more part-time working activities when compared to full-time, and they compromise on their income earning capacity. So all these things put together women's retirement life is much, much different when it's compared to men.
Very
So
interesting. Very interesting. I think I kind of am getting where you're coming from. But why you think in general we are in the space that women don't plan, right? And today I think necessarily we're not speaking about a single woman, or we're not talking about necessarily probably a homemaker. We're just focusing on working women, right? I mean, that's what our session. So just bringing you back, why do you think working women don't plan for the retirement? What stops us from doing that?
okay, so before going to why working women don't plan, let me just talk about why women should plan. So when we look at the problem, and then we are looking at is the problem being addressed or not. So the problem is across countries, you know, population aging is becoming a major problem. So there is much more population of older men and women when compared to the population of youngsters. And when this actually happens, and that is one of the reasons why many of the countries have started switching on to defined contribution pension schemes when compared to defined benefit, because they're not able to cater to the um, population who are not a part of the labor force anymore. So when this is the fact, when we are focusing on women, women live longer than men comparatively, at least 6 to 7 years. So their longevity is more. And comparatively, again, research says that women have much more health problems when compared to men. And combining these two together, women tend to spend lot more years in their retirement life alone, with higher expenses, and with respect to the marital status being so uncertain these days. We don't know whether a woman will be a widow, or she'll be unmarried, or she'll be a divorcee by the time she retires. So combined with that, we already have spoken about the disruptive work trajectories. Their work patterns are very varied or very uncertain, and they're also being subjected to gender pay gaps in many of the industries. Pay gaps here, I mean, because when they take these breaks and when they come back, they compromise on their income. They are not earning as equal to as their male counterpart. And there are certain innate characteristics of a woman. So even though she earns, not many confidently say that I am looking after my finances. So it is unconsciously by a bifurcation of duties at home, it is given to the men. So, and she also, many of the women, they openly admit that they don't want to take risk, they don't want to learn it, and all these things club together, they pay the penalty when they retire. So whatever woman ends up being single, not able to work anymore, having a health expenses but not enough money to take care of her. So this is why this topic is very, very important. Not only now, it's been important all the while, but now even more, because every single country is facing the problem of their population of senior citizens increasing, and poverty among senior citizens, especially women, increasing. So this is the why. So then again, coming to another why, what actually stops us from planning is that that women come from varied backgrounds, and somewhere they are being socialized in a way where they do not think about their financial security. So that single my focus does not come. They are socialized to be as a part of a family or a part of a community, and they are not trained to think about a group always. So my family, my kids. So when a woman is actually saying, yes, I take care of my finances, if you actually dig into it and if you ask her questions, how do you take care of your finances, she says, I save for the future, I have done this for my children, I've done this for my house, I pay my home loan EMI. But if you ask her, are you prepared for your own individual retirement security, then she says, my family security is my security. But then again, the future is uncertain, right? So what if you end up being alone? So at that time, what do you do? And many women have the thought that if I take care of my family will take care of me. But again, in these situations and times being very uncertain, you cannot have that belief. So that is one thing. So women believe that their family will take care of them, so that stops them from getting to know about how finances work, right? So it's not that I'm not saying that family won't take care of them, but there might be many things, right? The children may go abroad to study, or the husband might die. So if the husband dies, he might have secured her with a lot of insurance money, but if you are not equipped with the knowledge and ability to manage your finances, even that money will not last for a very long time. So every individual should know about how to handle the money. That is one thing. So that this belief. And the second thing is the society around them and their family. It conditions them to not think about, not give too much of importance to money. So my participants, when I spoke to them, they say that they are feeling guilty when they start thinking about, their security, what will happen to me, and who's actually making them feel guilty. The society labels them as guilty or selfish if she starts thinking about her own individual security. By talking about individual security, I'm not telling you have to not take care of your families. The thing is, while you are catering for every single requirement of every other person, have a pocket for yourself. So even if you're planning for retirement along with your husband, have access to that information, have access to the funds, and also get to know about what to do with that particular funds. How do you do it? How do you plan it? See, this is a second thing. And then women are not incapable. They are much, much capable because they handle all the budgeting, they handle all the day-to-day finances. But when you talk about this long term, they usually don't involve themselves into it, or they stick towards the bank deposits or traditional things, or take a back seat and then let it be driven by others. So you are earning, but you are not knowing where is it going, what is it being done, and how do I do it, how do I learn it. So it starts from their childhood. So if you as parents or the family or the society, you start talking about money, so they become much more accustomed to that idea. Okay, finance is a topic which you can discuss like everyday affairs, and slowly they also start getting the awareness. See, now you can say that the awareness is there. There's so many things coming in Instagram, so many things coming in YouTube, so the access to information is there. But what are you doing with the information? That again matters. So what is stopping women? It is their social conditioning, and it is their innate fears, innate risk aversiveness. And the thing is, what if I do something and then I'll be blamed? What if I lose the money? And all these things, it culminates also in a disinterest. They say that I don't want to do it, it's so difficult, I don't want to think about it, it is so easier to just give it to someone. Yes, it is easy, but till what point? So why do we take insurance, right? We all take insurance just with the thought that if I am not there, then my family has to be secured. So that same question has to come for you also. If I end up being alone, or if my family is not able to take care of me, so then what do I have? How do I manage?
I think it's a great conversation and great insight, Urvi. As I said, right, I mean, I started thinking only after you asked me those 5 or 10 questions as part of your questionnaire. I don't think we think in this direction very actively, right? For us, it's the present. We need to take care of our families now. We need to take care of our children's education, and we think of their future. We think that our children should settle well, we should retire well. But what does it take to retire? Or how will the funds happen? None of us get pension, right? Like a lot of us are not in a job that gives us a secured pension like our parents probably received. I don't think we think that step ahead. I also feel that we have not been conditioned from our childhood to think in that direction. I think I would almost feel guilty if I was to think about my own self and say, hey, I need a bank account for myself. I'd like to invest for myself, and and stuff like that. You don't know how your partner will see it, or how your spouse or parents would see any of this conversation. It's very difficult, but I think it's very important. Do you think families can play a large role. Family, when I say family, it is your husband, your father, your brother. Do you think that makes some difference if they were like having us to participate in these conversations more actively? Would we think more actively? Because currently, I don't think that's the scenario in our households, right? It's generally the men who take care of finances. It's women takes care of the day-to-day finances, but anything investments and stuff like that is generally taken care of by the men. I don't even think the men include us in conversations, right? Like, so how does that need to change? So do you have anything through your research?
Yes. So what I have studied so far, no, with whatever research has been done so far, they tell that the financial socialization has to start from the home. So people have to start talking about finances. So, we generally see that depending upon whoever is opposite to us, whoever we are interacting with, we choose topics which we want to converse with them. So this particular innate thing, it results in, there are papers which say that fathers even differentiate topics on what topics they are talking with their daughters and what topics they're actually talking with their sons. And children, they grow up not only listening to what you're teaching them, but they also observe on what is happening at home. So if they see that the father is taking, in charge of all the finances, father is taking all the decisions, and mother is, doing the day-to-day money management, they automatically look at their father and they pick up the message that, okay, this is a man's role, this is a woman's role. But instead, if they see both of them having a conversation, then they kind of understand that finance is a common topic. So if we are talking about kids who are being raised by single mothers, then the role of the father does not come over there, right? So they pick up whatever their mother has been doing. So if the mother is adept with finances, they pick it up. Otherwise, no. So the topic of finance has to be very common at home. Otherwise, generally what happens is, until the woman is an adult, the finances are being looked after by her father. And then that role entirely shifts to her husband, because she's seen her father do it at her house. So it's very natural for her to accept it when her husband is being doing it. And then in future, she will expect the children to do it for her. But all the while, she's always taken a back seat. And if she's been pushed into a situation where she needs to take hold of the finances, she has to look after and she has to plan for the future, then it's very difficult, to understand her position. And from where do we start? Where does she start? And she might make so many mistakes. And all the while, she's making herself more vulnerable, towards her, when she is moving towards her retirement. So, one of the participant, she's a widow who remarried. So very interestingly, she told me this, that she took up this particular finances, and she had to start working, and then had to start planning for herself and her child's future and everything. And once the child grew up, and then when the child went to a college, she was lucky to find another partner and she remarried. And then she says, now I'm back to giving all the finances to him, but I at least have access to the information, and I get to know what he's actually doing, but I'm relieved of the responsibility. So that innate conditioning is what is actually coming over here. So family, not only parents, but also finance has to be a common topic among spouses also. So that when you take up the topic of finance, nowadays it's becoming much more easier to converse about it. But there are households which again see, what are you talking about it, or why are you talking about it, or what do you know about it? So if you're not knowing anything, if you're not handled finances when you were there with your parents, it's very difficult to convince a new household to have that confidence in you that you are capable of managing finances, right? But you are a working woman, you have the confidence enough to go out and work, then why not manage finances? So that is one more reason, I think, why that bifurcation of roles happen. Finances are, uh, sidelined for men to handle. But if you actually give the confidence to men or your spouse that you want to know how this thing is being handled, or you heard about this particular option, why don't we look at it? And when you start doing this slowly, finance will become a common topic, and every single decision can be taken jointly, and you'll also have access to information. That is one part. One more part is, if women are just not taking a backseat saying, oh, finances are all handled by my husband, you never know, they might actually being burdened about that particular thing. No, the finance is not a very easy thing. You have to sit, you have to plan, you have to strategize, you have to review whatever you're being doing. So why not, we want joint responsibility for everything, so why not take joint responsibility for finances also, not only for us, but also it will be an equal contribution to the household.
I think a lot of countries probably, let's hope, will be hearing to this conversation. But I was just bringing you to a point when we have these gatherings, when we have family gatherings or we have friends gatherings, right? You generally tend to see that women are speaking about kids and food and cooking and, very household while we all are working, right? But and the men are talking about the financial aspects. Somehow the two groups just never come together to talk about finances, right? So whenever there's a financial conversation, the women are not included. It's just assumed that it's a men's world and men's conversation, and women are going to be. So it's very stereotype kind of a situation, right? I mean, that's what we observe, at least here in India. I don't know if this is something that your research has portrayed or you've experienced this yourself. But I think we've largely experienced this pretty much in India, right? At least I have experienced this quite a bit.
Yes, actually, yes. Like I said, the opposite person, whatever conversation you are comfortable in having with them, you pick up those kind of topics. So that there are two sides to see over here. What if the men's group? So there are few women over there, and then they start talking about finances, and they avoid talking about finances when women are there, because they think that, okay, women may not be having anything to contribute, or women may not be having anything to say. So
Or
we need to
interested,
push
or they're not
ourselves.
interested.
Yeah, and they're not interested. So we have to be interested. Like, you are earning the money, so you should also know how to handle the money. So we need to push ourselves into that particular circle. But certain things are conditioned for such a long time that you can't actually kind of influence it. And I have experienced it both in my friend circle and also in my family. But the thing is, at least in my friend circle now, I'm slowly being recognized as, okay, she has some knowledge and you can include her in conversations. But with family, this kind of, again, finance is not a very common topic. So it is being reserved for only the boys or only the male group. And even when you are trying to ask or trying to put out certain views, so either there is not that much enthusiasm in conversing with you, as they are having so much more enthusiasm when they're conversing with their male counterparts.
Right.
So that again has to change. So finance has to become a common topic. So it's all comes down to knowledge sharing. And the more you talk, the more you put yourself into that space, is when you will also be getting more aware of what is happening around, and it will help you in decision making. So when I was about to take a particular decision related to my finances, and I just put out this particular topic in one of the family groups, and the conversations which actually picked up from that, it made me aware of a lot of frauds or a lot of risks which actually comes in with that particular financial decision. So then it helped me to navigate that successfully. So unless you talk, unless you put yourself into the space, you are not going to be aware of it.
Yeah. So I think I'm hearing a lot of this, and my own experience. I think we need to take a charge ourselves. If we are not interested in learning, then nothing can happen, right? I mean, we can probably the people at home, they can help us, they can make us understand. But if that does not come in from us or within us, and we are not worried about our retirement, our future, then I think there is no point of return, right? So I think this session is also to urge all the women, to mothers and daughters and our friends, like everybody in the women community, have to really really be taking charge and be interested in what is going to happen after we stop working. Today, I think it's all hunky dory. Everything is great and fine. But how's the future going to be looking? I think that brings me to probably one of the last questions. Why is your research limited only to working women, and why not to homemakers? Because that's a large population for us, at least in India, right? So why is your focus only limited to one segment?
Okay, so no, before answering this particular question, I would just like to make another point here. So you were actually talking about, are women willing to do it? So this is again one very, very important point that you brought up. See, when I spoke to many of my friends, or or many of the male members of the community, so when I spoke to them, they are saying that they're not interested. They're not interested to listen. They're not interested to talk about it, and or they're telling that, oh, it goes over my head. It is too difficult to understand. So even they are actually facing a difficulty because they are not having anyone at home to discuss this. So women have to take ownership about not only the family, but also about herself. No one is going to do it for you. So, and okay, maybe you have a great life, you have a great family, you have great friend circle and everything, but unless you take the ownership that, yes, I am confident that my future is financially secure. So for that, what I need to do, I would do. What I need to learn, I would learn. I will contribute not only to the family, but I'll also be responsible for myself. Until this ownership comes, no woman can, actually be fully confident about whether she'll be um, secure after her retirement. And maybe after this session, that spark might come, and then most of the women, we have the tendency that, like, okay, fine, let's think about it later, let me look at this particular job, I have this particular thing to finish. Yes, we tend to have that attitude of looking into the much more immediate things than to look after the long term situations. So I hope this conversation is not reduced to that. So even if you have immediate concerns to look after, please come back to this and start thinking about how prepared are you and what else do you have to do for getting yourself prepared. So having spoken about that, there is one more point here. There might be a lot of educational programs that are coming up, the YouTube videos or the Instagram posts, or your employees might be giving the programs, but until and unless the woman takes a interest and starts getting the input and starts practicing it, you will not learn. So finance is just like driving. You cannot learn without doing mistakes. And now coming back to your question, yes, women who are not working, their situation is much more precarious. But when we actually look at what is happening in the country, many of the countries, they are having the strategies for financial education. And even in India, we have our own National Center for Financial Education. So if you see, most of the programs are for women who are in rural areas, who are, both, it includes both working and non-working women. And it helps them in managing their finances, whatever little money they are getting from their husbands or whatever they are doing at home. It helps them manage their finances. But my focus was, now women who are not working, though being large in population, they have a definite roadblock, right? First of all, you have to have money to actually then think about your future. So you're not having a money over here. So how much of a knowledge I'm giving you, or how much of awareness is being given, there's a definite roadblock over there. So that's why we did not choose to study, what will be their situation. We wanted to address the situation, address the retirement preparation of working women who have access to resources, who have access to information, and who have access to money, and still are they prepared?
Right.
Or are they unprepared? And when we dwelled into the study, I have been personally interviewing women and also simultaneously collecting data with group discussions. So I'm seeing there is a changing trend, but the changing trend is not fast enough, or it is not enough. So if I look at women who are above 40, they have awareness, but the awareness has started pretty late, and they have lost a lot of time in preparing for their individual financial security. And when I look at women who are approaching 30-35, they have much more awareness thanks to the exposure, but again they are very uncertain about which options they have to take, and will it work out for me, and all those things. So for a woman, being conditioned with the gender roles, thinking about finances and taking financial decisions individually, it's very, very difficult. And she will not get much support when her knowledge is zero level. So that, they will also always say, oh, you don't know about this, but how do you get to know about this? But even if she looks at the video, that information might not be enough. And that is why the finance has to become a very, very common topic at dinner tables or family gatherings and everywhere, so that as a family, as a husband, as a brother, as a mother, as a family, as a society, as a father, we have to not only equip women to not only study and not only to work, but when she's actually getting her funds, how is she capable enough? Is she confident enough? And is she given the freedom to manage her finances and prepare for her financial requirements for the future? That is very, very important.
Yeah, I think I would like to add, while I think your study or your research is not focused on the homemakers, which is probably a very large population, I think it just doesn't stop anyone to understand, sitting with their family, to understand what is in it for their future, right? Like there is no shame and there's no guilt in asking, am I being protected for my future? As you started, your conversation, women live longer than men, right? So there is no harm or shame, as I said, in asking these questions more openly. And I really hope that the session at least reaches one or two women who probably start thinking if they haven't already. And you said yes, women start very late about thinking about themselves or their financial status. I'm definitely one of them. I started at much later age, only after I met you. I don't think I was completely unaware, but I was just not, I think, invested in that direction, I would say, right? And today I regret that I did not start saving for my retirement when I was 25, right? I would have been much ahead of the game. So that's a regret that will probably stay for a lifetime. And I think this is a session that everybody should hear, and younger the better. And they start their investment life journey today, right? So, Urmi, any last comment from you before we head out? Or close this?
Yes. So as women, we all have the major responsibility of not only taking care of our families, but also about ourselves. So start by becoming aware, talk, ask, and then get to know what is being done with your money. Where is it going? What are you doing with it? And then start having goals and start preparing for it. And have a very clear vision of what you want and then how do you want to achieve it. That is all.
This was brilliant. Thank you so much for joining this session with me. And let's hope a lot of women and men hear this session and they take something forward. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. And thanks to Amy and also UpliftHER. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. So we are talking about a topic that I think both of us are quite passionate about, how to manage parenting and a career and try and do everything at the same time. And we have had a bit of a survey out as well, which I think has helped us understand, because Sophie, you and I have had numerous conversations about the kind of dynamics and challenges, but also getting other people's perspectives as well, I think has helped us understand a bit more around this topic as well.
So I'm Sophie Maiden. I run a recruitment and headhunting agency called Pixel Talent. And prior to that, I was global head of HR and recruitment at a big visual effects company. and I have 3 children who are all under 10. And I think navigating this period in my career has been the most challenging period of my career, for sure. And I feel very grateful and proud that I've managed to sort of sustain a career, but it hasn't been easy, for sure. And I think, you know, Amy, you and I have had conversations about it. I have just become really interested, I guess, in finding out about, is everybody finding it hard? Why is it so hard? Who's getting it right as well, I suppose. And there's no right or wrong, but how can companies, individuals and communities help both parents, but especially mothers, I think, you know, navigate this kind of unique period in your life and working career. And I think that's, you know, you've had a similar experience too, right?
Yeah, so I'm Amy Mercer. I used to be the VP of Talent at Technicolor, and left a couple of years ago, probably in the same kind of combination of both you and I have talked about almost setting up our own things and probably some of that has been in pursuit of trying to manage family dynamics and careers and stuff like that. And so I have a bit of a combination of a family. So I have one child that is mine, who is now 10, but I also have stepchildren as well. And so have been through various stages of seeing kind of how that works, and that kind of family dynamic as well. And like you said, Sophie, how do we make organizations and careers and everything successful, and sometimes feeling like you're the only one that's going through that. And then therefore how powerful it is to find and have conversations with people, but try and find means and ways of practical things and solutions that can maybe help as well.
Absolutely. And I think it was really interesting to see, like, from the survey that we put out, you know, just where people are finding it particularly challenging. And I think we're going to talk about companies first, right? And how they can support employees. But I guess, you know, it seems like people are having a similar experience in terms of the areas that they are finding it challenging, and also just how much people feel, both men and women, that having children, you know, can impact their careers. Should we talk about companies first?
Yeah, and I think, though, to just air on kind of what you're saying, the survey that we did, we're interested in how everybody experienced parenting. So it was very much open to mothers and fathers, but also prospective, like, kind of parents as well. I think that's an important thing, that we wanted to look at the dynamic and kind of see how it is also affecting different groups of people as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that sort of unique understanding of people's individual, like, different experiences through the kind of careering and parenting is just so important. And that's, you know, definitely something that, we have talked about is companies really understanding that everybody's experience is unique, right, through this period. And that one person's experience of being a working parent is going to be very different to someone else's, whether you're a single parent, whether you're a dual working family, whether there's one person working in the family, but also, you know, what stage you're at in your careering and parenting journey, whether you're just coming back, you know, going off on maternity or paternity leave, just coming back from a short break or an extended break, whether your children have started school, you know, whether you're navigating all of that side of things. So I think that was definitely something that we, you know, felt was really important, is companies really understanding people's unique experience on that, looking at ways in which they can adapt their, policies and approach around that so that they have happier working parents.
Yeah, and I think we found, and talking through our own experience, there are, as you're saying, lots of similar things. And whilst we could kind of go through all the difficult parts, I think what we wanted to try and do is take the information that was shared and what we've discussed and kind of start with companies and think about some practical things that maybe companies could adopt and could do that would actually probably have quite a significant impact. I think the first one we came up with was actually thinking about people going off and having these periods of absence, like kind of from the workplace, and think about how challenging it is to then return. And like you're saying, so whether it's 3 months or 6 months or a year, but acknowledging that companies quite often change significantly during those times, but actually people don't just slot back in. That kind of experience of trying to re-enter the workplace is often very daunting, and really kind of companies thinking about these people in the same way and in the same care and attention that you'd almost give a new starter as well. I think that would go a long way for people having to navigate kind of these different scenarios that are in, trying to find out the information, knowing who they should connect with, knowing really what's happening within the organization. Because I certainly felt like returning to work after my maternity leave, that you were kind of just expected to slot back in. And it was very nerve-wracking trying to understand what on earth had happened. But then you had all the logistic stuff and the emotional side of things of also leaving your child as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we both work and have worked in very fast-paced industries, and I think probably lots of people, listening to the talks today will be the same. And my experience, like yours, was really like when I came back to work, almost the whole world had changed in terms of what the business was doing, and it just continued to move at such a fast pace. And as you say, there's a sort of assumption that you will just be able to slot back in, but it was almost like coming back to a completely new company as a new in a new organization. So I think putting sort of structures in place around that, so that people going off on extended periods of leave, whether they're mothers or fathers, have a bit of a sort of offboarding maybe as well, like in terms of communicating with them about how much they want to be communicated with and informed throughout the process, and then dependent on that, looking at a way in which you can ensure that they're informed by leadership, peers, the team, etc., and sort of speed. Because I think coming back into the workplace after that break can often, knock your confidence. You sort of become this whole new person with this whole other world outside of work. And so it's really important, I think, for sort of retaining people, parents, especially mothers within in the workplace, to ensure that they're given that confidence and that there's a communication and an understanding that, yes, you've been away and this is, what's been going on. It's how we're going to help you sort of get back into achieving your potential. So,
and I think you said a great thing as well about using data as one of the key things. And I think that's potentially some of the previous experience where it kind of can go wrong, is that if people aren't setting frameworks and stuff up in place, whether it's offboarding or like reboarding and things like that, if they haven't gone through that, then you're kind of doing the things as you think you should be doing, but you actually don't really understand people's experiences as well, and using and understanding where people are essentially disengaging or dropping off, and kind of using your existing workforce that our parents and have got kind of navigated that before, to kind of understand how to move forward in a better way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything has to start with the data when you're looking at anything in terms of people in an organization. because you need your like leadership teams, your line managers, to be informed, right, and to be aware of what's happening and what people's experiences are, and that can't just come from purely the data, because it is about individual experiences. But if you're seeing in your organization through, you know, tracking it, that there's a significant, you know, drop off in people who are returning to work after, you know, extended leave, and that, you know, may tell you that there's a problem there, right? That there's a reason that, you know, people are leaving, because they can't cope with the sort of balance of things, and perhaps there's changes that you can make. So I think it's really important to start with the data, and then you know, to lead from there, really. And I guess we talked about just how important it is for leaders and management to be aware that this is can be a really challenging period for people in their working lives, you know, balancing careering and parenting, and it's really important that there's a structure in place to be able to sort of train those leaders, if they need, and managers, or at least for there to be a communication, you know, at that level around where the challenges might be, and for there to be, you know, a real open dialogue between employees and their managers around where they're finding it challenging. Because, you know, as we were saying before, like, everybody's experience is going to be really different. And, you know, one of the things that came up quite consistently in the survey in terms of how companies can support employees was flexible working, and in some cases also working from home. Now, what people mean in terms of flexible working and what they need is going to be very different, dependent on what you know, what their personal situation is, what age their children are at, how many children they have, what sort of support network they have in place. And so it's really important that, I think, managers are trained and understand, you know, the importance of having that constant communication and looking at how they can adapt their working approach or team approach to kind of fit different people's needs where possible.
Yeah, I think that one size doesn't fit all, as much as that becomes quite complicated for companies. And when we talk about this before, I'm quite passionate about companies kind of deciding some overall guidelines, so people have things to work, but that it should really be at the manager and the team level to figure out kind of those dynamics, and actually switching from presenteeism really to kind of going, actually, can you be more delivery based?
Absolutely.
Actually understand what is needed and the output. But that point around, sometimes when we think about parenting, we kind of initially think about the key things as being, oh, when somebody's had a baby and the challenges that you'd experience that, but actually it's throughout the whole kind of life cycle, if you want, of parenting, like you're saying, the different stages from schooling to nursery or early childcare to teens as well. And really the power of, or the impact that managers have, and the support that can be given, and like you're saying, working out those different working patterns, the support that is needed as well, I think is a massive thing. The one thing that I used to do that I think a lot of teams should adopt, and I would advocate for any team to adopt, is whether it is something that's teams that are based on having kind of parents in them or not, but really thinking about playbooks as a team. So deciding together collectively how you're going to communicate with each other, what are our patterns, what are our rituals, like kind of as a team, and knowing that they also don't stay the same as well. So you decide what the playbook is almost for 3 months, and then you do it and you change it according to kind of how the business has changed, but also the people in it, because our lives don't stay static. So our needs also change as well. And I think that gives a really good grounding for people that are in teams, but also managers that are potentially managing, and also then the organization as a whole, to know, okay, if I have maybe been out of the workplace for a period of time, returning, or my needs have changed because I've now have a child that is now in school or a teenager, do you kind of know how and to build up, like, how do I get FaceTime? How do I make sure I'm still participating in the team where my pattern might be different to somebody else, or we might have multiple kind of people doing different things as well? Because otherwise, I think there is sometimes a feeling that people get missed as well. And that's a way that you can very much engage with people and kind of do it as a collective. I think that's the other thing, is it shouldn't always just be this top-down approach. Let's decide collectively how we can make this work as well.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I think it is about the collective, because it's about normalizing, you know, different working patterns and different ways of working. And that's also really, you know, pertinent to the fact that now, you know, because of COVID, we have some people working from home, hybrid, some people more in the office, and having that kind of collective approach and communication ensures that people don't feel they're being left behind, I guess. So should we talk about me and what
I was only going to say as well, I think the other bit that I'd add to not being left behind, how important I think one-to-one structures are within organizations as well, because that often is one of the key points in which you would get an understanding of how you're developing and those touch points that you need. And so it's really, if you're a manager or if you're part of an organization, think about what structure and format you can kind of put in place. It's not just a chit chat with people, because quite often you won't find out the information that you need. So it's really both sides thinking about, what do I need from that time so I can be visible and present, even though I might not be following the same work pattern as everybody else, or having some other priorities as well. And we've spent quite a lot of time thinking about, and as you said, you've managed lots of people, but I've also managed people across the world doing different work patterns. So really thinking about how to best set those up. And I think that is really one of the key things as well.
Absolutely. Thinking about me and how you can individuals and how they can help themselves. I mean, I guess the kind of key thing I always feel is that it's really important to understand that when you have children and you're looking to continue your career, that everything has changed. And I'm sure most people are aware of that, but perhaps, you know, just before you have your children, you're not quite aware of, or child, you're not quite aware of how much it's going to change. And I think being as sort of informed as possible around that at each stage in your child's development and their life alongside your career, and being as prepared as you can be is important. And we're going to talk about communities a bit in a minute, and how I guess those can bolster each other. But I think, you know, it is going to be challenging, right, for everybody at different times. And I listened to really interesting lady called Kathleen Hogan, who's the Chief People Officer at Microsoft, and she was talking about investing and harvesting in your career. And there will be periods in your career when your career is long, right? Or it can be long if you want, you know, if you want it to be. And there are periods when you can really invest and work can take up all of the space. And you can go for it, and then there are periods when you need to harvest, and you can't always be investing, and you know, you can't always be harvesting either. And she says, you know, work takes up the space that you give it, and I think there's definitely times, you know, when you're managing careering and parenting, when, you know, you perhaps need to harvest a little bit.
And And maybe be comfortable with that as well. I think when sometimes we feel like things are happening to us, and I think there's a big thing in taking ownership and control and saying, this is what I'm doing for this period of time as well, and sometimes maybe putting a time frame around that so you don't get kind of caught up in it be just snowballing into this is what I'm kind of doing for that period of time. And like you said, thinking about our careers as being like this long period of time. At the end of the day, we're talking about working until we're 70, and acknowledging the fact that there are going to be these periods where you're going to go through. I love that like notion of investing and harvesting, but also kind of saying, I think one of the key points that came out in the survey that we did was the different experiences maybe between men and women. And kind of, I think we asked people what was the impact on their career. And women on average came out at 8 out of 10, so having quite a high impact. Whereas the men that kind of completed the survey actually came out as a 4. And I think I would also emphasize as individuals for us to have conversations at home. Look, and not everybody is in a typical kind of family setup, but I think where you do have family units and or kind of other extended family and things involved, being able to communicate what stage you're in and where you want to go and what timeline you want to be in, and kind of agreeing that with the people that are around you is quite a powerful thing to be able to do. And hopefully what we'll end up doing is that notion of impacts on our careers, it actually balances out between us as mothers and fathers and everybody together, so that we can feel like we can have families and we can have careers, maybe not everything all at the same time, but we certainly can think about our careers being longer and going through these different periods and what stages we want those periods to kind of look like as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that conversation is so important at home. I think like historically and even still a bit now, like there's a sort of societal assumption that women are going to be the primary caregivers, and you know that perhaps men are going to be more ambitious with their careers, and so that makes sense, but obviously that really isn't, you know, the case. I guess something that we talked about in the context of companies as well is like, you know, it's really important to bring men into this conversation, right? And to make sure that we're talking about that and how, you know, men and women sort of balance their careers and achieve you know, their potential, and how that works within the context of kind of raising children and trying to work. So yeah, I think there's, you know, there's sometimes, I spoke to somebody recently who had made the decision to sort of pivot their career out of what they were doing and take on a different role, you know, within the same industry but a different position, and that had been a really hard decision because she's very passionate about what she did, but it simply sort of wasn't working in terms of their family life, and so had made this decision to sort of pivot into a slightly different area, and has been really successful with that. And whilst that's not always an option for people, it really depends on what you do and what industry you work in. I think, you know,
your own setup as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, there can be a bit of sort of out of box thinking, I guess, around, you know, you may have planned to go down this route with your career, and your family, you know, the fact that you've had children has really changed that, but you shouldn't feel like you sort of failed in achieving what you wanted to. It's just you're now going on this slightly different path, and you sort of changing your mindset around that, I suppose.
And I think that's where the balance comes in, doesn't it? We want organizations to be thinking that one size doesn't fit all, and having all of these conversations and equipping managers and people within organizations to be able to make lives better. We also need to be having the conversations with ourselves and at home like to kind of go, what am I, like, what phase am I in? How is this going to work? And kind of acknowledging that, yes, a lot needs to be done with companies, but if you're in a role that doesn't feel like, if you're client facing or something like that, or having to interact in a certain way where there is a fixed way, because you're kind of servicing maybe others or kind of other organizations, then knowing that is going to be kind of difficult. Trying to use the skills that you've got and finding out what you love and adapting and using it in a different way, so that you can kind of continue to kind of develop your own career, is also very empowering as well. And very much, as you said, shouldn't be looked as, well, I've failed at that. We absolutely haven't. This is just another string to your kind of bow, if you want. And actually that makes us kind of have longer careers. It gives us career longevity, and it makes us adaptable as well.
Yeah, I definitely feel that you can have many lives within your career. And it's important to recognize that, and to make the decisions that are going to be right for you at that time. So I think I guess on the community side of things, just I think you'll need to remind me, but some of the survey results that we received were a little bit sad, weren't they, in terms
I think one of the questions that we did ask was about what are the main barriers for working parents, or those who want to become parents. And I think whilst there are some of the things that usually stand out that we've already spoken about, like kind of flexible working, access to childcare, those sorts of things, I think one of the things that really stood out for me was we actually asked, 33% came back and said it's impossible to excel in your career and be a parent. It's just about tough choices. And also over 50% came back and said that the lack of emotional support, mentoring, or community of parents, and sharing how they navigated careers and parenting at the same time. And I think that, when we were talking through the results of that, I think that struck a chord with both of us, in that we totally need to see people careering and parenting like kind of more loudly, so that we can create these kind of communities together and these experiences. And even if we found it tough beforehand, it shouldn't be that the other people go through the same thing, and the more that we can share, hopefully the better it is for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. I think that you need role models within this. You need people who are either going through the same experiences as you, and to be able to share, non-judgmentally about like what that experience is. But you need people who are sort of further along in the process as well, to be able to share information with you, and experiences and emotions around like how, what they have found hard, what they're still finding hard. I think that whole, like, you can't be what you can't see, that's definitely also applies to working parents. It's like, if there isn't that openness, whether it's in companies or in community groups, or around what the challenges are, then people can feel quite alone. And I think it's really important for people to seek out communities of working parents, either in their organisation or in their personal lives as well, and to be able to share that experience. I mean, everything that you and Christina have done with UpliftHER has been about women sharing experiences, right? And networking with other women, and that's definitely really true as well, I think, for working parents, whether you're male or fathers or mothers, and just being able to have somewhere where you can share that, and if it doesn't exist, looking to set it up, I guess, within companies or otherwise. I think shared experience is really important.
And it doesn't have to be massive as well. I think encouraging maybe people who are parents and trying to navigate their careers to be a bit more open as well, and be accessible to people, to ask questions and to kind of engage and stuff like that. And we all know what it's like. You're trying to do multiple things, so thinking about adding another thing, but actually if we're all after more support, then it starts almost with us trying to create that as well. I think we created Uplift Her on the basis of our own kind of career experiences, and you and I were talking about actually there not being anything for parents, and it being a combination of mothers and fathers and however people kind of identify as people that are trying to parent and career at the same time. And that very much something that we will probably take away and think about kind of what we can do. But I think if anybody's interested in being part of a community that is around careering and parenting, then we would love to hear from them, and kind of shout out to dads as well. I think that was one of the things that we're talking about experiences of working in kind of organizations and being mothers, but actually really acknowledging that for parenting and for the collective to work, we very much need dads involved. We need organizations to be celebrating working parents, but like working fathers as well, and showing that actually taking periods of time off or collecting children and those sorts of things for us to kind of have more of a balance in terms of the impact that parenting and careering has. We need everybody involved, and so very much wanting to kind of have that emphasis as well.
Absolutely. Well, it's been great talking about.
Great. We hope that people have kind of taken a few bits away, and we very much look to the future, and kind of having these conversations, I think, is the start, and seeing how we can kind of connect people together in terms of building that support is also a key thing as well. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Donia Yusuf today for International Women's Day, and she's going to talk to us about how she empowers women. So Donia, welcome. I'm going to introduce you. We've been friends for ages, but it's amazing to have you on here.
Oh, no, thank you so much. So yes, I met the wonderful Chrissy. In fact, I searched for her and found her across the other side of the world. And yeah, we kind of connected via our books and the animations. So it's all really exciting.
All
So
right.
yeah.
So your story is a compelling tale of triumph and inspiration. You're born in London and blossoming into a nurturing force in youth talent with Tiny Angels. Your life took a transformation turn following a cancer diagnosis. Rising from this challenge, you authored The Monster and Mummy, giving birth to Monster Publishing Limited, which supports cancer survivors and charities. You have over 30 books. I can't believe that. Numerous screenwriting awards and insightful columns in IGC magazine. You continue to impact lives through your creative ventures. And your latest project, Mercer TV, is poised to bring diverse, health-focused content to forefront, showcasing your enduring commitment to storytelling that heals, empowers, and enlightens. And recently, you've just been nominated for the Most Inspiring Woman of the Year, which is so
Yeah. It's really crazy what's been going on. So I've always been a creative, and always just loved seeing people do well, uplifting others. And I think because obviously the self-satisfaction of doing things and making things happen, really helped me. So going through various adversities and challenges, should we say, in life, it definitely brings different skills. So even though some can be very, very traumatic and pressurizing, you know, it's all about working on self, which
Yeah.
I found is huge. And once you're able to understand you, love you for who you are, you're able to then, you know, help others. And that's something I never really understood before. It's like, love you? What's that? What does that mean? But it's actually just literally tapping into you. And I've just done so many different courses, therapies, trainings, and actually it's all really, really beneficial because it then overlaps into everything else you do. So yes, cancer was one of my big traumas. And I was running a very, very busy, successful children's acting agency. And yeah, it came by surprise. I had an 18-month-old child and a 2-year-old. And nope, an 18-month and a 3-year-old. Oh, gosh, it's that long ago. And yeah, it was really, really hard at the time because it was a huge shock. You know, I didn't smoke, drink, you know, I was healthy. I was still breastfeeding the baby. So that came and there was no outlet for me. You know, it was really tough. You know, I was kind of preoccupied with work. And then when I was in the silence of the chemo wards, you know, I felt like, you know, it made me look at life again. I wasn't doing what I loved or what I wanted to do, or, you know, maybe I wasn't as confident to do things that I really loved because I haven't had experience of doing them before. But then, you know, facing death on quite a few occasions, I realized that actually, you know, we are capable of whatever we desire. So I adapted this strength and I was like, yeah, okay, you know, we've got everything at our fingertips now and more. So I started just writing. I wasn't even like wanting to set up a book publishing company. And I think that's what I always say to others. Do what you love, start that ball rolling, and then things will happen. But if you sit there procrastinating about, should I do this, should I do that, it'll never happen. And then from one thing, it stems off or branches off. So I just wrote the book pure from my heart. And it was just, you know, it was just an outlet.
It's amazing. And you know, and you are such an inspiration, and we are talking about being inspired and being empowered, but how do you stay empowered yourself, and how are ways that you know, tips I guess that you could bring to others to stay empowered in this crazy world that we're in?
I mean, because I've got kind of that entrepreneurship mindset, you know, it's keeping things moving, you know, do things that excite you, and do everything that you love, and don't listen to people too much because they'll give their judgments from obviously their perspectives, and actually, you know, everyone in my view is capable of whatever they want, and they can get it. So yeah, it's literally just channeling in to your passion. What drives you as a person? What do you love doing? What excites you? And it can be down to literally anything. And then you just literally just start. You know, there's no such thing, you know, as failure. You know, failure, in my opinion, will then bring success, because if one thing doesn't work, you try something else. And if that doesn't work, then you try something else. And I always believe there's a path for us. And actually, if we're not accomplishing or we're not getting at that specific thing, we're in the wrong field, we're in the wrong direction, we're around the wrong people. And I think, you know, keeping myself inspired is being around kind-hearted, lovely people. And anyone who takes that from you, you know, just send them love from afar. I used to get very upset before because the entertainment industry, which I work in, unfortunately, you get a very, very green-eyed monsters, very greedy people. And now I know where the saying is, money is the root of all evil. And, you know, this is what I'm kind of campaigning for. We should all be in a place like love makes the world go round, not money. Money can be, you know, made and lost overnight. So you know, I push for, you know, equality. I push for people who have, you know, got a kind heart, who are nice, who are loyal, because a lot of them in this industry are far from. And that was soul destroying at the beginning. But then I learned to be resilient and kept my circle very short. And within time, when working with people, you know, you then see the red flags. And, you know, it's just, yeah, I think as a woman as well in society, it's really hard as well. You know, you
Yes.
kind of getting knocked back, especially in a kind of male ego industry as well. It's tough. We're getting there, but I think the thing is, more women need to support each other, not pull others down. We need to all be lifting each other up. You know, when you're walking down the street and you just smile at someone, you know, just random, just smile at them, and actually they'll look at you and then smile back. And that's a nice feeling you've just created. It doesn't have to be something huge. It can just be something really small. And that's, you know, will help with uplifting others. So just be kind always. You know, I was always brought up, you know, treat others as how you would like to be treated yourself. And that's something, you know, I'm hugely passionate about. And, you know, I'm hugely passionate about, you know, the good souls around me. Chrissy, who I saw from the other side of the world, is obviously, you know, someone very close to my heart. And I wish there were more of you. So no.
And you've
So
also, yeah, and you've also got your two little girls as well. So, you know, I'm guessing, well, I know that you empower them to be who they are and be a voice within themselves. And I know there's people listening here that have kids as well, and girls, and you know, and I think that's really important, isn't it? When you've got your girls growing up, to feel like they're empowered to be a voice and be heard.
absolutely. And I'm very, very honest, maybe sometimes too honest with my kids, but my kids are like amazing. You know, I was so naughty at school. And my kids are like, you know, every single day, you know, achievement award, I mean, literally, they are such good kids. You know, they both wrote their book. One was 4 when she published her first book. And, you know, I just let them be who they want to be. You know, they're people, they're little humans too. And, you know, they're entitled to, you know, see, experience. You know, I've taken them, you know, helicopter across Vegas. Come on, kids. They've had the nice life. And I'm like, okay, cool. You like that? You know, you have to work hard, or you have to set up this or do this. And this is how mummy can afford to do these things. And it's literally, you know, just showing them what life's about. And you know, it can be from, yeah, I mean, it's obviously can be from whatever ethics or whatever motivates you, you know, holidays and lovely lifestyles. You know, I love that. That motivates me. And
Yeah, love good holidays.
my kids love holidays. So if they haven't gone to a holiday in a year, they're like, Mummy. I'm like, well, Mummy's, you know, Mummy's trying to make some money so we can go. And now you've got to think too on what you can do or what you would like to do. So my youngest now, she wants to, she loves doing hair and makeup. And so we've now drilled into what her passion is and what she loves. She now wants to build like a really cool kind of a salon, like a beauty salon, and like a really beautiful kind of tranquil setting place, which, you know, I can help as a mother, you know, help develop her in what she aspires to be. So there's so many things out there, and so much resources and education on platforms at our fingertips that, you know, we all can achieve and get where we need to be.
Exactly. And I think workplaces aren't doing enough to empower, you know, our girls and our women, and or you know, things like that, giving them opportunity. Do you think we could, you know, do more in our workplaces and even at home or at life places that we can empower more, like, you know, actually think about ways that we can empower our, fellow females that are working around us and living around us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the thing with even at schools and stuff,
Yeah.
and workplaces, they're not, obviously you're confined to that specific workplace. In my opinion, you're building someone else's dream. I empower everyone to create your own dreams, create, your own desires in life. And I think that there should be a lot more things in place to actually help people understand how to set up a company. So it's their,
More
their
more
empire.
entrepreneurs.
Yeah, more, absolutely. More on mental health. I think that's a really important topic. A lot of people struggle, and especially with conflictions in workplaces as well too, and the impact it can have on others. I don't think that's taken seriously. Looking back, when obviously I was younger and just going from different job to different job and getting sacked and being in complete pieces because I had a mortgage to pay, and it's not good. Meanwhile, dealing with a sister who'd committed suicide, and that they don't take into consideration any of this. It's very cold now. There's no real empathy, compassion, or understanding for others. You're not going to bring the best out of someone, and they're not going to want to work hard at all. So that's where my main thing was literally, I don't want to be relying on anyone else. I want to make my own empower, so I'm never in this situation again. And if you don't know, I mean, it's taken me decades to learn, but if you don't know, it's hard. And I think all of this should be educated in workplaces as well, just so everyone has the understanding, or given enticing employers with better benefits. The cost of living is just ridiculous at the moment, and people are struggling. So mental health is rising. Work ethic, is probably declining because people are very, very stressed on how they're going to put the next meal on the table. So yeah, I think it needs to go right back to basics and really drill into, managing finances, helping, single mothers who've got kids at home and they can't afford to work, bringing better childcare facilities in place. I mean, since COVID, it's better because, the flexible
Hours.
working.
The remote, and that's definitely, I found as well, definitely been easier. So
no, that's it. But it's still, it's still tough out there, and there's some extremely talented people who are made to feel worthless just because they don't get on with a specific person or that, and that just breaks my heart. And I just, I'm kind of quite a strong voice, and don't like seeing injustice.
yeah, that's amazing. And for those that are watching this, which is I hope there's a lot through Uplift Her, if you could talk to yourself 20 years ago, I guess, or 10 years ago, what would you say to your younger you if you could go back in time?
Gosh, if I went back, I would have probably set up a company straight from school. Not relying on others, not having to, be dismissed by others, not made to feel, worthless by others.
And for the younger ones that are coming up through, as well as starting a business, is there any other advice that you could give for, staying empowered and, and just driving forward? Because it's hard to not give up, isn't it? It's hard to keep going and keep working on those dreams.
100%. And that comes down to the kind of the work balance lifestyle. If you keep your mental health in good standing order as such, take breaks, be around the right people. Yeah, don't, you know, if I would even go to different, have, you know, multiple revenue streams. So, you know, if one doesn't work, for example, in COVID, you know, film shoots had to, you know, be cancelled, you know, other revenue streams, you know, there's a lot online if people want to do gaming, whatever. Kids are all into that right now. You know, delve into these kind of things. You know, there's so many different courses and platforms. So just the way you keep inspired is whatever you love. And there's something in each of us that we love. And that's, in my opinion, the strongest thing. Follow your heart, and whatever your heart loves, enjoys, just, you know,
Just do
drill
that.
into that market. Basically.
This has been amazing. And for those that want to follow you and follow your journey, what's going to be next for you this year or next year or 10 years?
Oh gosh, yeah. So I've got another book has just gone into publish.
Oh,
Thing actually.
book 31.
Yes. So that's Rosie's Remarkable Legs, and it's a really cute children's story. And I always have some kind of true element behind it. So I bought my niece, who was 3 years old, an actual sausage dog, where I actually thought it was a sausage dog. But it kind of grew into a Doberman. I mean, the legs are like really long. And so, yeah, it's definitely not a sausage dog. So the book's about that, and it's basically educating children. It's okay to be different. You know, it's okay to have long legs. You know, people who have long legs have other superpowers where, you know, they can reach, like Rosie the doggy can reach higher branches. And, you know, it's just basically diminishing, like, what's the word I'm trying to, stereotypical things. So
Yeah.
basically,
Breaking down those stereotypes, you know,
that's
people's
it. Yeah.
judgment, you know.
Absolutely. And yeah, just been, you know, all my focus has just been kinder, more empathetic, you know, more open, and yeah, just there's a lot of bullying online as well. And it's, yeah, just kind of protect these kids
Yeah.
as they're growing up. You know, we want kids to be kids.
Amazing.
And
I look forward to seeing that one. I love all your
yeah.
book.
And then my animation movie, which is based off, so that's Sadie in the Grove, Sadie in the Grove, and that's a 3-book series. That's on Amazon currently now. I'm going to be in a big store very, very soon, which I will announce on my social medias, which is all very exciting. So yeah, it'd be wonderful to follow me on my social media, which is the Monster series. So it's the.monster.series, and that's on my Instagram. You can follow me there.
Amazing.
And yeah, so yeah, just keep your energies high. And that can be with anything, you know, put some music on, whatever, you know, just keep the vibration high. And yeah, and keep the vibrations high, and yeah, good things will happen. Meditate, whatever, you know, ticks your boat. Literally just keep yourself on a level. Try and keep out of drama as much as possible, because that's just going to bring you down. I don't even watch the news because I don't want to hear that negativity. And actually, yeah, just keep yourself. If things are not working, it's okay. Just move on and just find another path. And there's plenty of paths.
Exactly.
So yeah.
It's amazing to talk to you. Thank you for joining me on here, and I'm looking forward to putting this up, Uplift Her. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get you back for another webinar.
Amazing. Okay, thanks, Chrissy. Take care. Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to our session on financial literacy, brought to you by UpliftHER. I'm Melissa Isabella Rietpool. I'm representing UpliftHER as one of their UK ambassadors. Born and raised in Vienna, Austria, I initially moved to London to follow a fashion dream, and I now work at a B2B SaaS company called Commerce Tools. Throughout my marketing career, I've had the pleasure of working with Red Bull Media House, Technicolor Creative Studios, BBDO, and many others. And my dedication to inclusivity also led me to co-found the first Women in Tech ERG and employee resource group at Commerce Tools. I'm really excited to be your host for today's session. And joining me is the wonderful Nick Perrott, a valued mentor and the founder and CEO of UK fintech company Prosper. Let's dive in. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Marlies. How are you? Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Nice
Great.
to see you.
Thank you. Well, as it says here, so hello, everybody. My name is Nick Perrott. I'm the founder and CEO of an investment platform business called Prosper. We were backed by the founders of some businesses you probably know, Capital One as an example, and Monzo. And I've been in financial services for 10 years. I started a digital bank called Tandem, which was a green bank about 10 years ago now. And I know that some of you here today are VFX and creative industries. So I actually spent the first 10 years of my career in the creative services or in the creative industries running video game companies. So I worked on video games like Harry Potter, films like The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. So a varied career. I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about financial literacy. So thank you for the invitation, Marlies.
Very welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We're really excited to have you. And before we delve into our discussion, let's take a moment to understand why financial literacy is so crucial, particularly for women. According to a study by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, as many of you heard of, women tend to have lower levels of financial literacy compared to men. However, financial literacy isn't just about understanding the numbers, it's also about empowerment, it's about creating a secure future, and it definitely plays a vital role in achieving your financial goals. All right. So, Nick, let's start with the basics. Why do you think financial literacy is essential for everyone, regardless of gender, and how does it contribute to career advancement?
Okay, so I think if we maybe set the scene with what we mean by financial literacy, because I think a lot of that for me is you feeling very safe and secure that you understand your financial life, your financial position. And I think understanding and that security really comes from four things. So understanding very clearly how much money you actually have. And obviously there's things that you own, an asset side of that. Maybe you own a house, but there's also things that you owe. So debts, you might have a mortgage, that's debt, credit cards, and so on. So understanding your position is the first one of those four. Understanding your how much you need on a monthly basis, that's a moving thing because you spend money every month. So if you understand your income and your expenditure on a monthly basis, that will help you build confidence that you know where you're at with your money in any given month and you're not, for instance, panicking and running out of money at the end of the month. Then I think the third thing that you need to build that security is an understanding of some of the goals that you've got, because things that you want to achieve in life often involve money. So if you want to go traveling, you need money to do that. If you want to have children, you need money to do that. So all of these goals, I think, give you a sense of what might I need financially in order to live the life that I want to have. And then I think the fourth one, which is really what we want to try and help people get into today, is the how do you actually do that? So you can have all these goals and you can have these things that you need to spend money on, but how do you actually make that happen? And I think financial literacy, ultimately, the goal is to get the life that you want to live, ultimately. That help?
Yeah, that was very, very helpful. And it's actually been a common observation. Women tend to discuss finances less frequently than men as well, and potentially placing them in a more vulnerable position when it comes to, managing their personal finances. I know, Nick, we've spoken about that previously as well, but could you share some fundamental personal finance tips and budgeting techniques that have been helpful for you over the years?
Yeah, and I think actually you hit on something that is worth thinking about or dwelling on in terms of low levels of financial literacy and why that is. I think there is a strong component that comes from from the way that society works, and indeed used to work in the past. So still we're having conversations in the UK about should financial literacy be put on the agenda for a school. So you're not taught any of this at school. So really, the only way that you're learning is, often from your parents or from your friends. But I think for many women, certainly if you go back into last century, there are all these very sort of stereotypical things. The man goes to work, the woman stays at home and looks after the children, and therefore the man used to run the money and the woman doesn't. I think that the really positive thing that's happened in the last, I don't know whether you put a time on it, but 20, 30 years, is more women coming into the workforce, more women feeling that they could actually be empowered to own the finances in a household. And you couple that with the internet, which has proliferated the amount of learning, content that you can go and find, like this video, right? That you can go and find that can actually help you get ahead. So it's very much from a position of empowerment. And it's not just, the internet, it's also, well, the government has a service called the Money Advice Service, for example, that this is in the UK, that lays out lots of things that you can do to help yourself. And then there are books. There's a one that I saw recently. Not sure what I feel about the title, but Girls Just Want to Have Funds. Sounds a bit nerdy to me, but it was a very well articulated book for getting into, people who want to get into investing. So I think that's the backdrop for me feels a very positive one for women, to make a difference to their own lives. But in terms of your question on tips, what are the things that I have done? I'll say I was fortunate in the sense that my father was quite good at managing money. Interestingly, I come from one of those households where my mother wasn't really involved in the money at all. And interestingly, I've just had to help her because she's been taking over the finances from my father, who's not in the best of health. And that's been a really interesting journey for me, actually, in terms of her helping her become more financially literate. But I was lucky. I suppose the first thing that I developed a habit of was having a budget. So keeping a budget, setting out all of the things that I spend money on. I just used to get my bank statement and go, okay, well, there's rent, there's food, there's clothes, there's my nice things that I want to have a little budget for. So it's just how much would I want to let myself spend on going out for a month? And then I also, in my early life, had debts. And so one thing, when we're talking about financial literacy and saving and investing, you really want to make sure that you clear debts as early as you can, and ideally live within your means. Like there's a good reason to do that, because debt, you're effectively paying someone else your hard-earned money in interest. So I think if I have a tip, first one, have a budget. Second one, try to make sure that you get rid of any debt that you've got as quickly as possible. Third tip would be about, if you are able to save, then build what's called an emergency fund. So if something happens to you, you get laid off, for example, you need to have some money set aside so that you can pay those basic bills so that you don't end up in a really tricky situation. So I think building just that comfort blanket as a rule of thumb, some people talk about that being 3 months living costs, but it's really related to how quickly you think a life event that happens to you might be passed. So some people would say that needs to be longer, needs to be 6 months, right? So somewhere between a couple of months and 6 months, you should have in an account and not touch it, right? And then if you're able to achieve all of those things, you're then into the realm of, okay, I'm managing my debts. I've got some safety money in cash in case something bad happens to me. But now I can start to save. And I think in there, saving or investing, as a rule of thumb, being able to set aside something like 10 to 15%, ideally, of what you make every month, will set you up well for future. So thinking about it in those terms would be my starter for 10. That helps.
And any resources for our audience to further enhance their financial literacy, to learn more and to go a bit more in depth of what we discussed today?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we've mentioned quite a few different things like money advice service if you're in the UK. I think there's some companies in the States. Just trying to think of one off the top, but most media companies will have really good, what is an ISA, what is a Roth IRA, they'll have content. So I would definitely be looking at sort of mainstream media for help. Also, all the asset managers, probably the best one that I've seen would be Vanguard. Vanguard has a lot of content on its website on how to invest, how to build a portfolio, and so on. It's one of the few asset managers that actually sells directly to consumers, unlike, say, a BlackRock, which does not do that. So you have to buy BlackRock's products through other investment platforms. But the last one, and I pulled this out as well, there's this book, which is called The Simple Path to Wealth by J.L. Collins. And we'll stick this in the show notes. But it's a really, so the subtitle is Your Roadmap to Financial Independence and a Rich, Free Life, right? But I can tell you, it's super, super simple, very accessible, and sort of covers all the things that we've covered today. So budgeting, debt, starting to invest, how to do that at low cost to make the most of your money. So I would definitely recommend reading that. And we'll put a few of those things I think we said we were going to put them in a doc for people, didn't we? So we can do that.
We will compile show notes and share those. So if you want to read up on any of the things we discussed and potentially order some of the books we mentioned, we'll put that in the show notes and you can take a look. And that already brings us to the end of our session. Nick, thank you so much for taking the time, for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you for the invite.
Sharing your valuable insights with us. I learned a lot, and I'm definitely going to go and buy those books that you mentioned to add them to my pile of books on my bedside table.
Yeah, that's the challenge, isn't it?
Oh well, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Before we go, just a quick reminder for our audience to make sure you follow UpliftHER on LinkedIn and on Instagram, join the group, subscribe to the podcast on YouTube and Spotify. And if you have any questions or if you're interested in a follow-up session, make sure to email at uplifthermentoring@gmail.com. And yes, thank you so much, Nick. Thanks for tuning in and for joining this session. And we will see you on the next one. Thanks, everyone.
Look forward to it. Thank you, Marlies.
Thanks, Nick.
Keep doing the good work.
We will. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
thank you both so much for joining us today. As you know, we're going to have a bit of a discussion around remote and hybrid working, and just generally the impact it's had on the way we work. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic had a profound impact on all of us. And it also accelerated the adoption of remote and hybrid work models globally. Some of us have been doing this for a while, but for others, it's completely changed the way we work. So today we just want to talk about some of the benefits of being, and also some of the challenges that we're seeing in hybrid and remote working. I'd like to keep it kind of personal as well, because I think we're all mothers, and we've all been in this industry for a while. We're all in leadership positions, so it'd be great to kind of just talk a bit more about how that's impacted the way we work as teams, and how we think the future of remote and hybrid working will pan out as well. So just to start off, I'm Lucy Ward. I'm an executive producer at Jellyfish Pictures. I've been at that company for 7 years. Claire, would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, sure. I'm Claire Cheetham. I'm the VFX exec producer at Coffee and TV, and head up the film and TV division.
And Elizabeth.
Hi, it's Elizabeth from Greece. I'm working for Foss Productions for about 3 years, and I'm a VFX producer for film and TV series content.
Thank you so much. So Claire, I'll start with you. So how do you think remote and hybrid working has impacted your overall work-life balance?
Hugely, to be honest. I think, as you said, we're all mothers, so juggling children and home life and work. I have a 13-year-old and I have a 10-year-old, so I've been juggling for a while. So I think, yeah, it has made a huge impact. But as well as the hybrid and remote working, I don't believe it kind of works unless you have flexibility in there as well. That's when it actually can work well, is implementing flexibility with that.
Yeah, so you find that it's kind of it's made a kind of positive impact on your family life and other kind of day-to-day responsibilities.
Yeah, definitely. I spent years guilty I wasn't spending enough time at home, guilty I wasn't spending enough time with work, you know, just missing those school plays, or not being able to be there with the pickup in the evening, and knowing that, you know, their friends have got their parents turning up to pick them up, while mine are going into another after school club. So it was a huge amount of guilt, and now it's just enabling me to be able to juggle that fairly, and, you know, some of that guilt has gone.
Elizabeth, I can see you kind of nodding along as well. Would you have anything to kind of add to Claire's points?
I think I totally agree with Claire. I mean, like, I'm 99% there. I can feel you. I'm a mother of 4, so when so the juggling is a bit, you know, it's still up in the air, the balls. I mean, I cannot.
Can I ask how old your children are as well, Elizabeth?
The oldest is 10, and 9, and 4, and 1 year old. So I have all different levels of juggling. So I think, yes, being flexible is the key word. I think that hybrid model, remote model is a bit tricky, but hybrid model, I think, is the one that works best. I had to have some help with the children at the early stage, because as I mentioned, I have all different ages. I mean, some of the children are at school, so everything is fine, but the rest of them were at home, and someone had to take care of them. So I was kind of blessed with that, because I have some family support at certain points, so that helped me. But the fact that I could go at work, or I could choose to stay at home, helped a lot to my situation, especially on the early months and stages of of a child that you need to feed it, and the rest of it, and the emotional connection that it should be there. Yeah. Other than that, I had all the guilt in the world about missing, events, and I was splitting events with my husband and mother, and whoever could, just jump in and help from community. But the children were, at the end of the day, we had this quality time, let's say. So at least this is how I want to, to believe that we have it. We had this quality time together, and they knew from the very early stage that mom is doing something that needs to be, kind of away. So yeah, we have tried to balance things out, not completely, but now as they, get older, they understand, they have their own responsibilities, so they know that each one of the family member has to do something on.
I'm really interested actually with the 10-year and the 1-year-old. Have you noticed a difference in the way we work, between that period of time? So you've obviously you've got a baby right now, right? But 10 years ago you had, well, 9 years ago you had a baby. Have you noticed a difference, Elizabeth, in how things are, kind of how the work is?
Well, when I had the 10 years old, it was the first one, so it was more manageable. But it's different to have one child and you know that now I'm going to feed it, now it's going to go to sleep, now it's going to do this and that. When you have the fourth one, and sometimes we had cases that people, like the children, weren't at school because of any strikes or they were ill and stuff. So I had to, find a way of keeping them busy or do their own thing. The young one is, it sleeps more. It doesn't need a lot of, play around as the 10 years old, which they need some support with their, to study with them, or, they need other things to do. So I'm not quite sure about the answer. I think that the first one is more manageable, because there's no other, child in the same room, let's say.
Okay.
So you can do other things, but with the young one, I had to, have a babysitter at home occasionally and work on next room so that I can make sure that, I have the support that I needed to have. While the 10 years old, self do things alone without,
it definitely
to have my attention and everything.
They become more independent in some ways and less independent in other ways, right?
Yeah, they're more independent. They can do things. They cannot interrupt. They can, but if the baby cries, the baby cries. You can, there's not much you can do. You mute the microphone. You have to, turn off the camera. You jump there. You do, 1, 2, 3 things that maybe they were gonna work or not, and then you jump into the call.
Yeah.
Or the other thing is that you postpone your work and then you do it afterwards, and that means you work.
And that, I suppose that's where kind of, remote working is really helpful, right? That you don't have to do that standard 9:30 till 6:30. I'm kind of laughing about that, but the standard, the traditional work day, that you can kind of style it around, if you could do it within your job, that you can kind of be like, well, I'm going to do 7 till 3, and then I'm going to pick up the kids from school, and then I'm going to jump on around 6:30, and I'm going to do a couple of hours then, or there is a bit more flexibility, I suppose, in terms of the working patterns.
Yeah, I think there's a huge difference in that. It was literally, you were in the office, and especially at that time in our industry, you couldn't bring, for security reasons, you couldn't bring the work home. You weren't allowed to access it from out of the office. So, you had to get what you had to get done in those office hours. While now it is that flexibility of kind of going, I will go to that play this morning, and I'll start a bit earlier in the morning, or I'll pick up the time, work through lunch. There is that flexibility now, which just was not there when my kids were small.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, there's a huge benefit, right? It does bring me to an interesting point though, I think as well, Claire, we kind of spoke about this a little bit earlier on, but when remote working kind of, became more of a general thing because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were at a stage in our career where we had already kind of got to that producer post, you know, that kind of more senior level. I wonder how hard it is for people that are kind of coming into the industry to, you know, that need that kind of additional support. And I'd be interested to know if on your teams, like, how have you found team, you know, the way that teams are working, team dynamics, you know, with people coming in at very much an entry level versus kind of more experienced people? Do you mind just kind of adding something?
Yeah, I think my heart does go out to junior level, because I know personally I learned what I learned by sitting on people's shoulders and just watching what was happening in that office and watching how people were handling clients, how, you know, learning from the kit by watching other artists operate, that side of things, which I know, you know, now it is so much more difficult. So I mean, we have put lots of things in place. You know, you did find that someone would come into the office, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got the other people that you want to learn from are in on that same day. You can turn up on a day and it turns out, you know, you might as well have stayed at home because known from my projects here or known from my departments here. So we recently, well, not that recently, but we implemented department days where we get together, department and project days, so we ensure that people, if they're making that effort to come into the office, that they are meeting with the right people. And I think it is really important to have that face-to-face time as well, if it's possible. So especially for junior level who are trying to, you know, it's so much easier to ask that question when you're in front of someone rather than have to make that Zoom and kind of go, I don't know, how do I do something? So I can only imagine how difficult that is at a junior level.
I think as well, you know, people at a more senior level can appear quite intimidating. You know, you're less likely to reach, you know, as a junior, you'd be less likely to maybe, like you said, like reach out to them directly, like to kind of ping them on Teams or something. Whereas if you're in a meeting together, you have that face-to-face, you can kind of grab them in the corridor. I call it the corridor conversations. Like you can kind of have that, oh, I didn't quite understand that. Do you mind having a chat with me a bit later on about it kind of mentality?
You can read body language and know when's a good time to, you know, you can see it's not a good time, they're up to their eyeballs, now's not the time to ask the question. So you can kind of read, while if you're just throwing out a Zoom to someone or Teams, you know, you just don't know what are they in the middle of, or and you also, if you've spent time face to face and you know that person better, you know, it is easier to approach that person to ask questions and know the team in general, and you know who's the best person to answer certain questions. So I think it is, you know, remote working is fantastic in some ways, but I think hybrid kind of does work better across the team and across the different levels of a team, definitely.
Elizabeth, what have your experiences been of that?
Again, once again, I agree with Claire. It depending on the size of the company, the role, the level of the role. It's like the families we were describing just before with the children. The younger children need more attention and more, you know, be more around you, right? Because they, you know, depend on you more, versus to the oldest children, which are more independent because they have crossed that path and they can judge and they have different judgment and they can, you know, different approaches. So it's exactly, this is what happens in the work environment. It's like a family at some point. So when people are joining in and they're at junior levels, they're like, they're hungry for knowledge, they're hungry for attention and communication. So if you're not there, as Claire mentioned, the body language and, you know, the face-to-face, you know, how people will discuss about, it's like the, you know, how they look at that specific point. And it's not, I mean, it's not the same with the camera, because when we have this camera in front of us or when we have digital meetings, we are all like, more tend to be on control of things, while when everything is shut down, we're like, oh man, what we're going to do now? So I think the face-to-face is crucial, is vital for roles like those, definitely. And there have been cases in the office that obviously we had to remote work and we had to have juniors remotely as well. But we were making sure that at least once per week, or, you know, depending on projects and deadlines, we were all gathering face to face to discuss about not only deliverables and problems, but to see each other, to have a lunch together, you know, to have little conversations that would help, and will help for things to move over. And this is the main approach, but it's tricky with the seniors ones, because even if all seniors could be remote, I guess again it depends on the size of the company. If you have many, for example, supervisors or many lead compositors, but for us, for the department, which is it's a small VFX department, I had to make sure that at least one senior person was always in the room, no matter what, and we could swap, and make different sits when possible.
Yeah, we also set up like a huddle every morning, and that's often talking about personal things. It could be the concert you saw the night before or something like that, and then just a kind of check off, does everyone have what they need for the day, but it's an opportunity for anyone who is feeling a bit out of the loop to be able to say that they need to know something, or but sometimes that can be a 10-minute conversation, that sometimes can be a 45-minute conversation depending on what's going on, but at least everyone knows that they can kind of come back to that every morning. And I think that's important if we are remote and not in the office.
Yeah, completely agree. And you also both kind of made the point about reading people's kind of body language, facial expressions. Like, if you're not going to, somebody looks like they're about to burst into tears, you can't always pick that up on a Zoom call, but it's really, that's a very good indication that somebody might be feeling a bit burnt out or overwhelmed, and it's the sort of thing that it's very difficult to pick up unless you're actually with them in person. And especially, I don't know how, again, with your teams with like cameras on, I find that as well, that some people are occasionally reluctant to put their camera on, and they just want to kind of have their mic on, or they're, can be very, very silent in a large group. And I think things can be easily missed if we're not careful with that side of things.
Yeah, and everyone's got different home environments, and some people have perfectly set up offices, and others are working on kitchen tables, and some are in big houses with gardens where they've got the open air, and others are in a bed set and not getting out because they can't get. So it's remembering that not everyone has got the same home situation either.
We had somebody in COVID that was setting up on their ironing board.
Oh.
The laptop was on, they didn't have a desk, so it was on their ironing board. Not ideal.
And that's the thing, sometimes you just don't know, especially if the camera's off, you really don't know. And it's just being aware of that. And some people would just rather get out and get to the office, and they need that escape to the office. Their home environment's not so good. So I think it's just being mindful that, like everything, everyone's an individual and got different situations.
Yeah, very good point. How do you think, in terms of people's kind of career development and promotion opportunities, I mean, it all kind of connects to this. Do you think, with people that are working remote, do you think that there's potentially they're less likely to be promoted, that it's more challenging to be recognized in that situation?
I think it comes back down to communication, and if you are doing all those extra hours to prove, make sure people know it, because it's not as obvious. Yeah, people aren't seeing you stay in the office late, and it does come down to communication and ensuring that everyone understands what people are doing, and when good work is being done, it's still being acknowledged. And so in some ways it shouldn't, if it's run properly, it shouldn't alter the opportunities for promotion, but that's only if the remote and hybrid is run properly.
Yeah. I wonder as well, in like smaller, if there's, and again, this is probably kind of built, this is a much bigger subject matter, but again, like smaller studios versus larger studios versus, there's I think like things like you were saying with the daily huddle, that sounds like, and I know that at Jellyfish, for example, we have like daily huddles on all of our for all of our projects, for all of our teams as well. We have to kind of like for kind of break it down. So I think that's absolutely, you know, a key point. Where people are 100% remote, there is an element of them having to kind of probably be more vocal about what their input is, especially if they're on a different working pattern, in a different time zone perhaps to other people on the team. Just kind of again, just touching back on the fact that we're all working mothers, we're all balancing the family life with the work life, and I'd just be interested to know your thoughts about if you feel that this kind of change in our working environment has and will impact women accessing the creative industry as a whole. Allyship, would you mind answering that?
You mean about remote and hybrid models?
Yeah, do you think it means, you know, I suppose, you know, there was probably a time, and we've kind of touched upon this, where we had to be in the office to be able to access the materials we needed to do our work. And when you have young children and you want to be there for bath and bedtime, or you need to be there for a school pickup, or, you know, it kind of cuts off how much time you can spend in the office versus, you know, but you have this kind of time at home. There was a time where women, it was much harder to be able to do both, almost impossible, you could say. But now that there's, you know, access to remote working, do you think that will give more women the opportunity to be able to access the creative industries?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, by default, if you don't have to commute and go to another place and stay at home, you will, at the end of the day, find a way to do your work. Maybe you don't do it full time. Maybe you will do it part time. Maybe this is an option for at least early stages of the children. But you definitely have this option there that minimizes all, you know, the rest of the hassle. But again, this is on the plus side. But at the end of the day, if you combine these with career development and progression and all the rest that we have covered, at some point you need to go to the office and, you know, work on a hybrid model. But it works not only for women with children, with people with disabilities, with people that they cannot easily move from place A to B. So this is definitely on the right direction. But we need to set some criteria in order to be within the boundaries of the reasonable. This is the trick. But yes, Total is helping. I think after you know, after a few years, mothers especially would like to escape and go to work anyway. But that will, you know, they will try for this. I mean, at least in my opinion, I was like, I mean, I was really happy I was around and be able to flexible, you know, work, etc. But then when the children returned to schools or nurseries, I was like, yes, now I'm going back to work, and I was so happy about it. It was my, you know, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's a full-time job in itself, right?
It is. I mean, I have, you know, well, everybody has the family work, which is really hard, because it's not only to, you know, obviously to be there, it's to be useful and be sentimental there. There are other things, you know, you have to practically do things, okay? Clean, feed, go to places, but the emotional attachment and what a mother and a father, obviously, but a mother can offer is, you know, you cannot count these moments or hours. So, yes, to that note, being at home, you know, mothers are multitasking anyway. I mean, women are, but mothers are extremely multitasking. So we figure out a way of doing things. Even though if we don't have like zero time for ourselves, this is another thing, which, I mean, this is what I'm struggling with. At some points, I'm like, okay, I haven't done anything for me at all for months and months. Yes. But then I'm happy because I'm like, okay, I'm useful to other, you know, for other people. So I might do it next week and, you know, the week after, and, you know, I go with this motto every day.
Okay. You're still in the trenches though with the 1-year-old. I mean, I say that you're still in the trenches with the 1-year-old. But I mean, I say that I was up all night last night with my 2-year-old who just for no reason whatsoever decided that they didn't want to sleep. So
But I think I also see, you know, even with the fathers, you know, I as often see a Slack message going up going, I'm going to disappear for 20 minutes, I'm doing the school run, or just going to hop off for an hour, I'm going to do tea with the kids and I'll be back. And those messages are now coming through as often from men as they are women, you know. So it's lovely to see. And it's, you know, it was very hard for men as well to be able to go, do you know, I need to go and pick up my child. It was frowned upon when they did it as well as us. And it's, you know, the company that I'm with Coffee and TV, I can remember when I joined asking the MD, so, you know, it's flexible hybrid working, and so what are how many days a week do I need to come into the office? And the answer I got back was be an adult, and if you know you need to be in, and if you don't, and if everyone actually takes responsibility, I'm breaking out a script today, I know I'll get a lot more done at home, but you know, it's about time we all got together and caught up. There's this issue has been going round in circles, we need to get it in a room together and discuss this through, or there's certain meetings with a client, then go to the office. It is kind of, it sounds silly, and it's pure common sense to be an adult, but yeah, if it's done sensibly and known kind of takes advantage, I think, yeah, it can work really, really well. And I think you're going to have less drop out of the industry. I've watched loads of colleagues who've been forced out of the industry. When I had kids, I changed my career from being a VFX supervisor because I couldn't go off on set all the time. You know, I moved more into the production side of things because it had that little bit more flexibility, not a lot, but a little. So yeah, I think it is a good thing, and I think the retention of talented, especially female staff, is definitely going to be seen over the years as this flexibility has come in.
Thank you so much to you both for taking time to talk to me today about this. I think it's been a fantastic conversation, and hopefully to be continued. I think there's, you know, we only touched the sides of it, but it's, you know, I think over the next, you know, we've seen so much change within like the last kind of 5 to 10 years with this. So let's kind of see what happens in the next 5 to 10 years, and let's kind of keep promoting the positive outcomes of remote and hybrid and flexible working.
Excited to kind of have you guys here to kind of talk today, and I'd love you to kind of introduce yourselves. I'm going to go round the room and start with Jane.
So I'm Jane Forsyth. I'm head of production for games at Real Time. I've been here for about 14 years and worked my way up through the company. So started as producer and now head of production. So been here a long time, but it's good fun.
Brilliant, thank you. Lucy?
Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm Managing Director of Union. We're a visual effects company, sort of medium-sized, and I've had lots of jobs in post-production, broadcast, etc. in the lovely 28 years I've been working properly.
Brilliant. Lorna?
Hello, I'm Lorna. I'm a producer at Jellyfish, currently in the visual effects side of the business, but I've kind of worked through the years animation, game cinematics, and a bit of real-time work, which was my favourite. You don't need to deal with render planning in real time. Woo. Yeah, so producer at Jellyfish.
Brilliant. Emma?
Hello, I work at One of Us, Environments and DMP. So I don't know if there's any other VFX artists mulling around, but if not, I'm here to represent the other side of it. And I actually met Amy quite recently as we connected over, I've got another platform called Women in Visual Effects, which is started in 2020 to connect the artists all together and producers. And actually now it's gone into script writers and you name it. So it's just a big network for women. So I'm super excited to be here. This is just such a perfect topic. And yeah, so that's me.
Amelia?
Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm head of process success at MPC, kind of focusing on production processes and operational processes as well. I've been in the VFX world for nearly 6 years now, but I've moved around a bit within there and spent some time doing like HR, some project management, and then into the production world. So yeah, really excited to be here and talk about it today.
Amazing. So my first question that I have for you all is actually starting from the negative. So, and then we'll move into the much more positive side of things. But I'm really interested to find out if any of the gender, have you ever faced any gender biases yourself from other women? And have you experienced a situation where maybe women have competed against each other? And I would like to kind of hear from you, Lucy, first of all.
I mean, I have witnessed women. I mean, I don't even so much think it's gender bias, more just being very competitive. And as there's kind of fewer women in more senior roles, I think there is a tendency to think, oh, well, that there can't be more of you. And that can get a little bit competitive at times. I mean, I thankfully think I've witnessed that increasingly rarely as I've gotten slightly older, but maybe that's because I'm in slightly different positions or different circumstances. But I don't really see a difference in the behavior of women and women versus men and women in the workplace, really. And those are competitive behaviors that I see across genders.
Jane, have you experienced any?
Yeah, I think what you were saying was correct there. I think it's changed definitely over the last few years. I think there was definitely a point where everyone was really fighting for their position, and once they got there, they felt territorial and had to kind of hold on to that position, and then probably kind of went against other women at that point. But it's definitely changed over the last few years, and I think the younger generation feel very differently about it and maybe don't experience that as much, but I've definitely seen that across the years trying to get up to where I am. But yeah, hopefully for the changing for the better.
And Emma, you obviously set up Women in Visual Effects to kind of encompass like this community sense in terms of supporting. Did you experience any of that? Is that kind of one of the drivers in terms of bringing everybody together as a collective?
I'm really competitive. I'm so competitive. I'm really competitive, and lots of people are. And when I read that question, I was thinking, I was like, God, maybe I was that person actually doing it in the reverse. And I was thinking, you know, about all the women who I've been in contact with during my career. I started as a runner, and I don't remember it being something that I was put down for, but I also don't remember them actually helping me up either, in a way that I was looking for, I guess, because I remember going into workplaces and always looking around being like, where are the women? And quite naturally, I didn't mean to, but it was sort of, you know, you look for like, right? And I think that I can't name one instance that a woman was like, right, you know, whatever you do, don't hire Emma any further than where she wants to go. But I do remember feeling a little bit left in the dark and a little bit left behind, and not like there was a helping hand there to be like, look, hey, welcome to the team. we're the women, let's I know it's a bit awkward sometimes because there's so many men involved. Let's help each other out and let's stick together and let's go for a coffee or let's go for a beer. Do you know what I mean? So in that way, yes, but I would say on a more general level, it never sort of felt like a unifying vibe, which is, I really wish there was. And I think the reason I started a global network is to counterbalance that and to make people feel like whatever office you're in, however many women there are or are not, you always have a little network there that you can be like, hey, I'm feeling a little bit insecure because I am the only woman. What do I do? And then it doesn't matter. You can reach out and find someone, sort of as I did, you know, yourself on LinkedIn or whatever. And it has changed, as everyone's saying. It's changed massively, I think, from when all of us probably started our careers, which is great. So yeah, I think in a way, I have to check myself before I wreck myself. I don't want to be that competitive person that puts other women down and other girls down, because it is so, you get your claws in, right? And then in another beautiful way, I can't say there's been one incident where someone particularly has been like, no, here's your ceiling, don't go past it.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the point, isn't it? That it's not necessarily, I think if it was very explicit, then everybody could kind of identify it and maybe get outraged by it. But I think when it's more subtle, and like you said, it's not necessarily the art of not communicating or engaging. It's actually like, what supports have we needed to actually elevate our careers, and what have we done also for other people? And I think there's a fair point, Emma, that you said that we also could have done that to other people as well. I think once you realize that maybe that is some of the behavior that happens, then we have a choice in it. But sometimes it is kind of also going along with other behaviors that are exhibited as well. Amelia, you've obviously, you kind of said you've jumped around from HR to production. You've also kind of worked in other industries as well. What's your experience been?
I think from my side, I was thinking about this and thinking, again, I'm kind of count myself lucky to feel like I have genuinely been supported by the women in my career. However, I think maybe there's a sort of an unconscious need when you're a woman who's kind of making her own career. A lot of that is off your own back, and you feel like you need to control everything, and everything's got to be perfect and be above and beyond in order to rise through, you know, the ranks, or just to improve your own game. And I think that maybe as you progress in your career, you can find it really hard to let go of some things. You kind of still feel like you want to be managing things and making sure everything's perfect at every level. So I think that sometimes that can then manifest in being like micromanaging in some way, and that is, you're not thinking about yourself as affecting the careers of other people and not letting them grow. But I think that sometimes that can be it, but it's coming from this place of, I still need to make sure that everything's great, even though there's more and more on my plate. So I think that in my case, it's, yeah, thinking about how you can still, you need to learn to delegate and you need to be able to kind of pass that along, and to think about how that might come across to others in the industry, and also to give those opportunities, right? Because that, when women have given me those opportunities, that's given me opportunities in my career and ways to really grow my own skills and talents. So yeah, that was sort of my slight take on that one.
Lorna, what's your experience been?
Luckily, for the most part, extremely positive. I've certainly, my career in this industry, in animation and visual effects, I've worked with a lot of awesome women that have been really supportive. It's funny, Emma, you said you walk in, there's been so many times you walk in and it shouldn't be a thing, but then you go, oh, I'm the only woman in this room of 10 men. Okay, that's fine. Let's just get on with it. And you kind of just get over it. But I've certainly seen it happen where, you know, I've seen women maybe giving another woman feedback where I've been like, oh, it's not the thing I would have said, or that's not how I would have told you to act or told you to dress, which I've seen other women tell other women how, if you want to get taken seriously, dress this way. And I was like, oh, it's not the advice I would have given. And don't think it was your place to tell anyone how they should dress, but here you go. That was really early in my career. I think I remember being quite taken aback witnessing that at the time, and I was an assistant / runner, so I probably didn't feel like I was in a place of power to be able to voice that I don't think that was right. But certainly over the years, I think it has improved, and I think it's just less and less of a thing, and that, looking back on it, I could see was coming from what I believe was just a place of insecurity on the other woman's part, and she was just projecting onto this other woman. And again, luckily I've not got many examples myself, but it's more you remember the way it made you feel, and you start second guessing yourself, and it's like little comments or little things might be said where you're like, oh, I'm actually good at that, like, can I do my job? And again, though, luckily I've always then been surrounded by other women that have been able to counteract that, where if I have started doubting myself, I can think of this really awesome production manager I worked with back then who was just like, no, you're great, like, don't forget all the things you're good at, and she helped remind me that those comments were probably being made by a place of projection as well, and yeah, she really, really pushed me to just believe in myself and try and block out the negatives. But again, luckily, very, very few examples in my career. And yeah,
well,
I kind of, the impact, I just let it make me stronger and build my confidence rather than put me down. But
yeah,
certainly at the time, it's always rough at the time when you go through it.
Well, and I think that those experiences unfortunately stay with people, don't they? So, but I think to your point though, it sounds like from everybody that everybody's experience is at least shifting over time, and that hopefully for new generations that are coming in, they're going to experience a different workplace than maybe what people did kind of earlier on, which I think is amazing. Lorna, you mentioned that you had like a key person that was like a champion of yours that kind of supported you and kind of pushed you forward. Has anybody else kind of had that key person that they could kind of turn to? Lucy, I've seen you kind of come off mute, so I wanted to hear.
I mean, I've been lucky, I think. Well, I shouldn't say that, women always say they're lucky, but I definitely have been fortunate in that I've had some very good, I think after my first couple of jobs where I had fairly toxic male influences, I had some really good female managers who I to this day think they were great, and they really made me feel like I could, do this, and also that it's okay to speak up and you don't have to tolerate bad behavior, and also you don't have to behave like a man in order to be good at your job, which was a key learning. I'm glad nobody's given me advice on how to dress, because I'm sitting here at nearly 50 in my dungarees looking like a 1980s television presenter. But I have had some positive role models who've kind of seen maybe if I was struggling and helped convince whoever else to kind of manage me differently or support me differently in order to get the best out of me. And I hope that I've taken that forward in my career and done that for women around me, because it is different. We function differently. When we're frustrated, we might cry. It's not because we're sad, it's because that's how we express that. It doesn't mean that we're a pathetic little girl who's crying in the corner because they can't handle it. There's just all sorts of things that we can be a bit different about. And again, within women, we're all different as well. So I think having people that can clock, why someone's behaving in a certain way or why they're struggling. And again, sometimes because we always think we have to be 100% at our jobs, whereas it's proven that, men feel like if they're 60% there, they'll go for it, and women will maybe not have the confidence to do that. So having someone come and explain that to you and tell you that it's okay and that you'll figure it out, I think are all really positive things.
Has that been important, what you kind of said about like seeing predominantly kind of male leadership styles, and then in yourself as an MD kind of showing maybe how female leadership kind of or management actually can also be kind of positive and have positive influences on people and the way that organizations kind of operate as well?
Yeah, I mean, I genuinely think that a mix of everyone gives the best possible outcome, and that we all sort of flourish from working with each other. But again, it's sort of, I guess, having some kind of agency over the teams you work within and the jobs you go for and where you stay or where you move on from, and working together. You know, obviously no two people are the same, and there are plenty of men I've encountered who exhibit what some people might describe as female characteristics or behavioral traits, and that can just be being introvert or extrovert or having different type of personality. But I do think that, you know, we all have something to bring to the table, and we don't have to manage as we've been managed or as we've seen others manage. That you find your own way of doing it. You sort of know what you have to do, whether it's I have to communicate this thing regularly, but you know, you don't have to do that in a way that maybe someone else does. You sort of find your own groove, if you like, of what feels like a Lucy way of doing that, and how do you think you can get that same outcome but your own way, and figuring those things out. And it can be different, and that's not a bad thing, and having a mix of those things within a team or a company, I think, is also a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think also as well, like identifying those women, like you were saying, that have played a key role in your own career, and acknowledging and kind of sharing that and talking about that as well, because otherwise they go unlooked or like kind of missed as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, actually, when I was thinking about this last night, I actually sent a message to one of them on LinkedIn and said, I'm not sure I've ever thanked you properly for this, so I'm just thanking you now.
Yeah. And maybe also even publicly as well, because I think that's one of the things we're quite good at, is maybe acknowledging that on a one-to-one basis, but then actually for their own careers, something that they've given maybe to us, but also kind of go back to them and saying, look, actually, I recognise that you have done this, and actually you were really helpful and successful in helping to develop me. I think that's also kind of something that we don't always outwardly kind of show it or tell other people. And Emma, have you kind of had anybody you've kind of said you've walked into many a room full of kind of men, and you've obviously, as we were saying, developed your kind of own network, but have you had any kind of key women that have been crucial in your kind of career?
Oh yeah, I've got, I mean, people in and out of the industry as well, which I don't know if it's just you kind of become the sum of the people you kind of surround yourself with, I think, a lot of the time. And you know, a couple of my really good close friends have soared in their careers, and we often will message each other and just ask, how did you navigate negotiating more, or how did you deal with a situation where you felt in competition with someone with less experience but was a man, and how did you lean forward at the table and make sure you didn't feel like you were just making a noise, but instead correctly standing up for what you sort of deserve in your career path at that time. And it's been really good, because it's not necessarily it's not necessarily, you don't have to stick within your visual effects bubble. You can go anywhere and find mentors in that way. I've also got two older sisters, so we'll constantly ask each other, how did you interview someone? What did you look for in those sorts of resumes? And that helps reflect upon yourself as well. In terms of, I remember I was a runner and I really wanted to get into DMP, and there wasn't any female DMP freelancers coming in at the time. So I looked on the NPC network, which, as you can imagine, is massive, and found one in LA and just emailed her. So it was an NPC internal email, which was great, because I was like, oh my God, okay, there's another one. Okay, how did she do it? And saying that seems silly now. I'm like, well, she just did it like how any man would do it also. But in my mind, it was like I needed to find a sort of a woman who I could idolize in a way, or at least sort of make my mentor, even though she didn't know obviously I existed. And I emailed her and she emailed back, and I was really, really, really happy. Even just to get the email before I read it, I was just like, you know, great, it worked. And I actually, it's funny you said that, Lucy, about contacting your old person who helped you. I was, because of this question and this thing, I was like, maybe I should look up that email and give it a look over and have a giggle about how I sounded. But I'm too insecure to see how junior I probably sounded at the time. Maybe later.
I think we should definitely share that appreciation though. So go reach out to her and tell her that she made an impact. I think have a massive effect.
Yeah, she doesn't even know. What I found with the network that we have is actually there's so many women who want to be that person for someone but don't really know how. And that's really cool to see, because you're like, okay, well, we're misconnecting, aren't we? We can all connect, but we all can do this, but we're all doing that, which is a relief to see. And hopefully it gets easier and easier as time goes on, and we're all online more. But yeah, so it was sort of like back in the day before we were all online too much. It was the equivalent of a handwritten pen pal letter, I suppose. It was an email. And other than that, I've had many male guys who have really uplifted me as well, and that's been lovely and a great support. And it's hard. I think sometimes it's easy to overlook that actually there are guys out there in the industry who will also support as much as a woman is.
Or there are loads of nice ones, thankfully, as well.
Yeah. And I think they, in a way, understand and look for ways to help, women come up the chain. And as you were saying, Lucy, before, I had a discussion with a friend of mine who said he loves being in circles where we're discussing each other's artwork with a mixture of people in that circle, and it's not just one or the other, because it brings the conversation around to a point which it feels even, rather than it being too lopsided, not enough empathy or not enough honest criticism. We can kind of balance each other out. I think that's really important.
Yeah, it's definitely about kind of creating that broader network that elevates everybody. And Jane, what's your experience been in terms of having a key kind of woman that's kind of impacted your career?
I think, like the other lady said, it's from the beginning. So Mum was such a strong influence. She's such a strong lady that my expectations were up here when I went into my career, of someone who was going to be like that. And I definitely found that when I first started out in my career. And I still work with some of the ladies now. So Fiona and Sue, who work at Real Time, have been mentors all the way through. So really appreciate those. But we've also got lots of new ladies who've come on board and can really see the ideas that they bring to the company. It's like fresh, different ways to look at things. So I'm really excited about what they're going to do. But I think to the other point that the ladies were making as well, it was just thank you is so important to me, because it doesn't matter about all the material stuff. It's just someone recognizing what someone's done for you, and making sure you're doing that up as well as down. Because I think sometimes you forget, like, managers are really pressurized and they need to say thank you, to be said thank you to as well. And then I think recently I've realized as well that I've got a voice within the industry, and that I don't know why that's only recent, but now I want to start giving back to other people as well. So I've recently become an ambassador for Women in Games, where I can hopefully start to give a bit more back, and, like we say, just try and mentor some people through. And if they do want to reach out, it's an avenue to be able to do that, like the platforms that you guys have got as well. So I think that's really important, to take that step back, try and get out of the day-to-day, and make sure that you are putting something back into other ladies.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, unfortunately, it does seem to wait until we get a bit further on in our careers for us to maybe turn around and kind of go, actually, we do all want to give back. And I think that's what all of these networks kind of have in common is that if we can start doing all of it much earlier on, then actually it doesn't matter really how senior you are or how experienced you are, that if everybody can kind of do that, then workplaces and potentially the experience of people, and particularly women in these industries, is going to get better and better. And that's kind of really what we kind of all hope and want for as well. Amelia, what's been your experience of having kind of women champion and kind of impact your career?
Well, before I was in VFX, I was in publishing, and before I was in publishing, I worked for Waterstones, and before that, I was working in the theatre. So they're all extremely female-dominated workplaces. So I kind of count myself as super lucky, because I think every person who's had the most impact on my career has been a woman. And I don't think it's a coincidence either. Obviously, there were men in those spaces, but I think that these women were actively looking to nurture and grow careers of young women, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. Obviously, in the spirit of shouting out, Amy, I've got to call you out as being a very supportive person in my career, and I've really enjoyed working with many women who I think have just I felt so lucky to be working with them and given opportunities, not because I'm a woman, because we've worked hard together, but just that somebody was kind of looking for that spark and could see that I wanted more and wanted to help me progress that. So I've always been really grateful for it. And I think, as you were saying, Jane, that now it's about thinking, okay, how do I give back and join that network? And now that I have more of an established career, how can I help others, joining events like this, being part of networks and so on. So that's really, I'm sort of taking the first steps in that journey now to try and push myself a little out of my comfort zone and do that in the industry, not just in my company. But I do also really like what Lucy was saying earlier about like that embracing what femininity or the innate qualities that are sometimes ascribed to women, but bringing that into leadership roles as well. I think that's something that we really do value. You see a lot of men in leadership who I think have no EQ whatsoever. Not all men, but some, and I think that that's a really undervalued thing at a high level in an industry, because it is something that can really bring out the best in people, is that balance of connection as well as brilliance. Like, you've got to be able to bring out the best in people. You can't just be the best yourself. And I think that's something that a female style of leadership can really bring out. So yeah, I love what you were saying about that earlier, Lucy.
I suppose it's appreciating those qualities rather than underplaying them.
Exactly.
Well. Cool. So how do we then, so we've all talked about like some amazing women in our lives and people that have kind of influenced our careers, and how important networks are, and kind of now giving back. So how do we then foster more kind of collaboration and support kind of for others? And Lorna, I'd love to hear from you.
I think it is just joining things like this and actively talking about it and publicising it. There's another group actually called Animated Women UK. I don't know if you guys have heard of that as well. And there's a base up in Scotland here as well for a group, and things like that are just awesome, because I know and they sometimes do outreach to like schools. We're saying reaching out to people when they're younger. When I was at school, I had no idea this industry was an option to me, whether that be just where I was from or maybe just didn't realise, but it just never even crossed my mind that animation or VFX would be a career that I could even go into at the time. Whereas now I think there's so many of these outreach programs and people actively going, it doesn't matter who you are, man, woman, anyone, background you're from, these opportunities can be there. So I think it is just helping create those opportunities for people that might not know they exist, and then pushing in the most positive ways that we can to encourage everyone to help each other. I've been brought up on the ethos of it's nice to be nice. It's a lot more difficult and to be difficult and to be nasty, and it takes a lot less energy to just be nice and yeah, I think it's just creating that time and space and being available, which, you know, you want to create boundaries within that as well. But yeah, just making yourself available and approachable in the ways that you can by joining these groups or joining these discussions.
Thank you very much. I've really appreciated having you all here today.
Welcome to Impact's International Women's Day 2024 vodcast in collaboration with UpliftHER, the global podcast series that they're running, where we're going to be hearing from women around the world, sharing their successes, insights and challenges. I'm delighted to be joined by the fabulous Dipti Shah, who I'm fortunate to have known for many years. Dipti's accomplishments are an inspiration. Both her personal journey and her HR career as an HR leader within the creative industries. Building her career at B2IB, Fruct, Octagon and Mediacom. And then before moving into the HR consultancy space and more recently launching her very own business, the Conscious Rebel Leadership this year. Welcome, Dipti.
Thanks, Jules. It's great to kind of be here, and I think share this time and space with you to kind of, I think, really talk about some things that are really important about, I think, inspiring inclusion, as is kind of, I guess, this year's theme for International Women's Day.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to talking to you, I think, or us having a conversation around allyship.
Yeah.
I think sharing some stories and hopefully some insights into navigating your career and career progression as a woman of colour. And also I think it's really important that we talk about emerging leaders and established leaders and how, you know, they can really kind of, I think, develop and grow to really become more inclusive in the spaces that they have that ability to do it.
Great, I love that. We have some great topic of conversation to have, so let's get stuck in. If we kick off with allyship then, what could we be doing? What can we be doing more?
So I think it's really important to understand first and foremost what allyship is, and I think, you know, there'll be many people, I'm sure, that have a sense and a feel of what that is. And for me, when I think about allyship, it's really thinking about kind of your position of power, of influence and privilege. And it's remembering they're not all fixed positions. They change and they shift, I think, as you kind of navigate your career, as you kind of evolve, you can take different places and spaces within that.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that's really important to remember is privilege is it can be inherited. So, you know, for example, if you are a white male, there are certain privileges that come with that, and that is just innately inherited, but it can also be acquired. So for someone like me, for example, you know, as I've kind of evolved up my own sort of leadership journey, I have been in positions of influence and power, so to speak, which enables me to do things for others kind of as well. And I think what I kind of really want to talk about is that there are many roles that you can play as a kind of ally, and I think it's really thinking about what those kind of different roles are and where you can use your power, influence and privilege to kind of very much do that. And I think the other thing is really looking at it from a perspective of it's not about necessarily job title or kind of where you sit in the organisation. It's really about kind of your own self journey of where you sit within that. So I think for me, there are a few roles that you can kind of do that I think have an immense impact on anyone's career, but particularly I think women's careers. And we've spoken about this before, which is kind of the idea of someone taking like the sponsor kind of role, or the champion role within an organisation. And that's someone that's very much kind of, I think, recognises what someone is kind of contributing and really sort of championing that. And so, like, for example, for me, I think in one of I think the most pivotal part of my career, where I wasn't seeking it, by the way, but actually found in my boss someone who could see what I was actually capable of doing. And it was someone that intentionally started to kind of talk about what I was doing and amplifying that in rooms that I wasn't in rooms that I was in different places of the organisation.
Fantastic.
And what that kind of gave me, right, was the start of building my own platform in many ways. I think getting recognised and valued for kind of what I was sort of doing. And it started to connect me with people in a very different way across an organisation where I otherwise wouldn't perhaps have necessarily had the opportunity, or it would taken maybe far longer to have got there.
Right, super empowering and rare, really. Actually,
Yes.
too rare, unfortunately. But you're right. It's to have the added endorsement from somebody that's really recognising certain traits and helping to elevate. It can be so powerful in a business to give that person a voice when they perhaps didn't have it before.
Absolutely. And I think, to put it into context for me, it was the point in my career where actually everything turbocharged,
right,
in terms of responsibility, in terms of the role that I played at the leadership table, right? Like, so for example, in less than 4 years, I think if we want to talk about it in the context of career progression and promotion, I mean, I went from a head of HR to an SVP of people and culture for Europe. And so and I want to be very honest, like that was also my work and kind of doing that, but actually it paved a way to enable me to kind of really, really do that. And
were they aware that they were doing that? Do you think it was a conscious piece?
I think there was a level of a conscious piece kind of in it, but I think it was very much born from kind of, it was looking at, I think, what I was capable of, but it was also looking at the value that it added for where the organisation was going and what it was trying to kind of achieve. So it was twofold. I think the other side of that, what was interesting was that the dynamic and the relationship was that actually we were both learning from each other. So it wasn't just a one-way kind of, this is what was happening. It was someone that was also, I think, really looking at kind of how they led and sort of how that translated and what kind of I was, they were learning from that as well.
That's a true success story, really, as well, isn't it?
But you're right, it is rare.
Yeah. Was it a male or a female?
It was a male. It was a white male, actually.
Right, okay.
So and it's actually someone that's still a very dear friend and a relationship that's kind of gone beyond that. But I'll give you another example. It was someone so I was part of a global organisation, and it was someone who was talking about, not just me but others, of the work that was coming out of kind of Europe, and the parent company sat in the US. And what it did is, the next time I was over in the US, is I got to go and spend time with the global CEO.
Fantastic.
It was meant to be a 15-minute chat of a kind of, you're here, it's great, hi. It turned into an hour of kind of conversing over lots of different things. And it was, for me, those nuggets and opportunities to kind of, it wasn't about necessarily going, this is me and this is what I can do, but just the ability to, I think, connect. And then kind of make the most of that opportunity with something. And I think it's something that anyone can do for anyone. It's something that, I think, as I've been also put in that position, it's kind of whoever that is, and I think it's whoever that is in the context of a non-majority group that I'm not part of, or whoever isn't part of, it's important to kind of do that. And I think I very consciously and intentionally make sure that I sort of do that for others and kind of pave the way as well.
you know what's interesting when you think about allies as well? I did a roundtable recently about empowering women in leadership, and what came out of that was, I suppose it's disappointing really when you think about this, but women almost being the worst allies of other women, and that we just don't do enough. And I think that there can be a mindset of, but my journey was so tough and so hard and I had to overcome so much that why should somebody have an easier ride? Which is one thought, you know, that's one kind of thought process, but obviously we need to be thinking much bigger than that, and we need to be thinking about, you know, it shouldn't have been that hard, and actually paving the way for other women coming up the ranks in the future is just going to strengthen the everything, really.
Absolutely, right.
And that women should be each other's biggest allies.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, for me, I've seen both sides of that coin and sort of experienced it, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a really strange one, because I never thought that women wouldn't amplify or kind of champion each other.
Yeah.
And my experience of, and it's actually quite extreme experiences of it, of where women don't do that, but are sat on particularly leadership teams. It's almost this sort of grappling of, I think you're right, it's this kind of, it's been hard for me to get here, but I'm also in a unique position. I think the other side of it is that when you're the only woman on a leadership team, and often your value is contextualized in that group as because you are the only woman, there's something that you kind of almost hold on to around that, that then sort of makes you go, I need to sort of protect that part of it in some way. But it does such a disservice to kind of anyone else that's trying to come in and do that. And, you know, I've been on leadership teams where I've had, it's actually another female leader block me, undermine me, throw me under a bus, and kind of, it's like, well, we're nowhere closer to actually moving forward, right? On the other hand, I was on a all white male leadership team for a significant period of time, and actually another diverse female joined the leadership team, and even in and amongst that, I had to think about and sort of shift myself and kind of go, well, how do I make space, and how does this kind of work? And I will tell you, Jules, it was the person that we ended up being each other's biggest allies. And it wasn't just about kind of being each other's biggest allies in terms of championing each other in a room or not in a room. For me, it was also a place where we were also able to navigate behaviour and certain things that were happening that kind of needed to sort of be broken, so to speak. And it wasn't trying to do it in a, you know, sort of challenging, aggressive manner, but it was like, hang on, it was validating each other's experiences and kind of going, how can we sort of work together to kind of do that, right? And, you know, I think about the times where I've cried with this person, I think about the times of like frustration, I think about the times of like some of the great things we achieved together, and, you know, it had a profound impact. It can be really lonely as a woman, I think, on leadership teams, particularly as a woman of colour. I think you carry other things, and if the organisation isn't quite there or can't meet you, it can be really difficult. And so the power of that for me was kind of phenomenal, and I know that was worked both ways, and again, rare. But I think businesses really shouldn't underestimate, and women particularly, the power that kind of sort of is and exists kind of within that.
Absolutely. So are there other roles that allies could be playing?
Absolutely, right. I think, for want of a better phrase, the role of an advocate. So that is someone that kind of really makes sure that an idea or a problem that needs solving, and whoever's kind of come up with that, that actually it's acknowledged, and it's very clear that that person is acknowledged for that and called out for it. You know, it's quite sad that in this day and age we still see that behaviour of other people kind of taking credit for somebody else's kind of work, and I think you still see it, particularly for women, and you know, I've experienced it, and I've got to a place where I'm very confident in calling it out for myself, but that's, you know,
a lot of people wouldn't, right?
Right? And that's a journey in itself. I think the other role that we haven't really yet touched on, and I think there's so much to unpack on this one, is what I call the upstander. So it's someone that, and by the way, allyship is not around doing something for or to someone, right? It's in collaboration, and it's very much kind of thinking about it in that way. And so the upstander is someone who, if they witness language, inappropriate language or inappropriate behaviour, or witness like something that has made someone deeply uncomfortable, is from a group, a non-majority group that they're not part of doing something about it. Now it's a complex area, and you know, I think it's something that you have to tread carefully and with sensitivity. And you know, I'm not suggesting for a minute that you go out and address it straight there and then. That may be the right thing to do, but it might also, on that occasion, but also it may be that you want to connect with that person afterwards, check in with them, talk to them about like what you've observed, and also, you know, let them be part of how that wants to be kind of sort of dealt with, right? I think sometimes being an ally, you can go in with great intent, and it is. But remember, this isn't about you. This is about kind of the other person, the other group, kind of that's experiencing it. And I think the other thing I would kind of, the other role I think is this. I call it like the amplification as well, right? So often it's like the same people are asked to talk in company meetings. The same people are asked to represent the organisation externally, if it's at conferences or if it's on a podcast or what it is. And I think it's also using that avenue to let others have a voice, and for let others and recommend others, right? And start to kind of really use that space to bring other people into a conversation or an area where, you know, they have equally, if not more, expertise in, right? And not always being like I'm the expert in the room. I think that's really important. And I think the final thing I'll say around sort of allyship is there's no perfect way. Again, it's a journey, and it's, you know, I think it's important to, at points, to kind of take stock in terms of sort of where you are and what you're kind of doing and how you're sort of showing up. And
it's awareness, isn't it? It's being aware and present about it.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think not being afraid, and, you know, mistakes or learnings are going to be made, they're going to happen in all of that. And I think it's, you know, all of us giving each other some grace around that is super important. And I'd rather have someone try than not, and be afraid.
Great. What would you say if you're thinking about your own successes and what you've overcome? What is there? Would you class a superpower for yourself that that you think could be inspiring for others to learn a little more about?
Okay. So, I mean, I've talked about this before, and I think particularly as a woman of colour, there are so many superpowers that we kind of all have, I think, that we're not even often aware of. And one of the stories, and I think I've only just put this all together more recently than necessarily kind of back somewhere, is, I think for me, this power to connect with people from all walks of life, but also adapt to different environments. And for me, it comes from really, I mean, I think when I look back sort of growing up and I think about that in itself. So, and you know this as well, right? So I'm of Indian background. I grew up in a home where it was 3 generations. So my grandparents, my parents, and then there was me, firstborn kind of in the UK. English isn't my first spoken language. So I learnt that kind of a little bit later on. And that was kind of growing up, and then you add in sort of I was lucky enough to have a private school education, and we had a family business that was actually we were selling toys, had a great childhood, but shops that were in very kind of affluent areas. So the mix of different environments and cultures that I was already in and experiencing, when I think about it, it's phenomenal, the shift and the change, right? But it wasn't just the environments, like actually growing up in an Indian household, patriarchy is a very dominant system. My granddad was the kind of head of the house. What he said kind of went. Women are seen and not kind of heard. And so, you know, that was kind of there. Then you go to this school where you're like strong, independent woman, kind of that piece. And so I think for me there was all this mishmash sort of kind of growing up. And I jumped into the kind of workplace, and I started to realise that while there are challenges that came with some of that, there are some real superpowers, and that's kind of where it's this really innate ability to be agile and to adapt. And so, you know, I think in that story and context it's really important for women and women of colour to really kind of recognise their own journeys, right? And I think
because people can shy away from it, can't they? And try and actually put it in a box and keep it very separate. Whereas actually you can leverage on that.
Exactly, right? So I think it is recognizing kind of those things and utilizing that in a really positive way.
Yeah, brilliant. Nice. What about from kind of key learnings that we think could be quite powerful for women to hear?
So I think there are probably a few things around this, right? I think for me, I call it this idea of being proactive. And what I mean by that is, you know, we often jump into organisations, and it doesn't matter what role you're kind of going to, what career trajectory you're kind of doing. But I would say look beyond the job that you're kind of there to sort of do. Be curious about the different teams, how you fit in kind of and connect sort of what the system that you're kind of very much in. You know, I was someone that was always really curious about how things kind of worked, you know, throughout my journey. And if I saw somebody that could do something really well, like I wanted to understand more and also kind of be able to do that. So look beyond that. I think the other thing is, and I guess with that comes the fact is you learn from everywhere, right? We often hear this thing that on the job training and all of that, but actually the informal stuff and the people around you, right,
can make a massive difference.
Make a massive difference. I think network is really, really important inside the organisation, but also outside. And I think it's really important to find people that you resonate on. I talk about on a values basis. Because when you look at it from that, then it still opens up people from all walks of life, right? But also people that are very, very different to you. It's really, really important. You know, like I've known you for kind of years, and you know, like, and journeyed, and I consider you you're more than part of my network, but I consider you as someone that has been influential in terms of part of that kind of sort of established sort of network. And so I think that's kind of really, really important. And I also think for women, like, there is always choice. And when you're thinking about the organization that you want to, or even the career path you want to kind of step into, really kind of think about where you are on your journey. So for example, are you at a point where you really want to turbocharge your career and you're ready to kind of go and push?
Yeah.
Are you in a place or space that requires more flexibility professionally and personally?
Yeah.
And kind of what are you really sort of looking for?
Yeah.
And also, as a woman, and particularly women of colour, like where is that organisation on its journey through inclusivity and DE&I? And everyone's on a journey and are at very different places.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important to, as part of your interview process, to really unearth where an organisation is. And I think it's really important for organisations to tell the truth.
Yeah.
Because the two need to come together at a place where a person feels kind of held, and a organisation is able to kind of sort of hold them, right?
Yeah.
So I would say to organisations, do not shy away from being honest, because I see a lot that are trying to sell something that's not true. For people to really kind of ask those questions. You are going into somewhere where you're looking to stay for a period of time. You spend most of your time there. So it needs to be kind of right.
And it's okay that a company is on a journey. It's about being transparent, isn't it? And owning it and knowing that there's work to do, because everyone and every company has work to do in this space. But yeah, I think it's the transparency thing. So somebody's aware of what value they can bring coming in to help aid that, as well as know what they're walking into.
Absolutely right. And it's also gives you, I think, an idea of as someone that's stepping in that's from a non-majority group. Like, what is the expectation and onus of some of the work that you may also do or not do, or kind of be called upon, right? And I think that's really important. It still has to be a choice versus something that's kind of pushed on someone as well. And you aren't going to know that if you aren't asking some of those slightly harder questions as well.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Well, Dipti, thank you. This has been incredible to have this conversation and this discussion. We need to do a second podcast, so let's bring it on. But for now, that's Jules and Dipti celebrating International Women's Day 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. So welcome to our session today. We have the
Thanks,
lovely
Amy.
Hayley that's joining us, and you are going to be talking about progression. Do you want to give us a bit of an intro about yourself and also like the topic as well? Love to hear more.
Yeah. So thanks, Amy, and it's exciting to I guess sort of be here. So I'm Kim Stokes. So my background is in HR. So I worked in sort of the generalist HR space for around 12 or so years. But I guess the things that really floated my boat within that were sort of the development side of things, the supporting the client groups through, challenges, and also helping, I guess, managers to get the best from their teams and to recognize that it's really tough, really tough job when you're sort of having to manage your team, but also think about your own development. And so as such, I went on to sort of specialize in the learning and development space, and specifically in management and leadership. So I've had time at FMCG companies, PepsiCo and Suntory, better known in the UK for their sort of Ribena and Lucozade brands. And then I moved to, pardon?
Favorite drink of mine, Rabina.
Very nice. Well, and we've just hot off the press, Lucozade is their newest product. So you'll see some blue bottles hitting the shelf. Very sweet.
I was going to say that one's not quite on my like.
Yeah, but so that I then moved to a mobile games company, Pixel United, which is where obviously I got to meet you. I'm partner with the sort of Product Madness gang, and I was there just under a year and a half. And then I was made redundant from that role actually last summer, and had a bit of time to, I guess, really focus on me and think about, okay, from my career perspective, what is it that I'm wanting now? And I had always envisaged that I would do some form of coaching qualification. I guess in my roles over the years, you sort of coach, but not really, not pure sort of coaching. And anyway, so long story short, I signed up to a diploma with Animas, and next month finish my diploma, and I've set up my own business, Kindness for Success, in coaching. So it's super exciting.
Yeah,
very
so
exciting.
The topic on progression feels like quite topical then for you.
Yeah, 100%.
Amazing.
So
one of the topics I think that was thrown out was, like you said, about progression, but figuring out really about where people want to progress to, and maybe why they don't even want to progress. Well, and that was a bit of a challenge that I threw your way, because obviously you have become an ambassador to Uplift Her, which I'm incredibly grateful for, and all of the value and everything that you bring to us as a community, but also this journey that you're going on with coaching, and all of the conversations that you have felt quite poignant in terms of you're speaking to all these people. That's kind of, I suppose, one of the things that you try and unpack with people, to understand the things that are motivating them, but also holding them back.
It's almost like I don't want to progress, my career and stay loosely where I am. Almost I guess I would be interested in knowing what, I guess, was behind that. Is it because they feel that they can't do that because of this? You've got to have it all, and you can have it all, so you need to do it. Or is it something else? So what I wanted to share, I'll just tick through those next couple of questions, because we pretty much covered it. But how you currently measure progress. So again, that's to what we were talking about your definition of progress and success, and maybe a different way. And then I was thinking about what might be behind, the and why, or why might you want to stay loosely where you are in your career. And I mean, I thought of 4 things. Now there will be a myriad of different reasons, but I guess it's just as potential bits to talk through while we're chatting today. So is it because actually you're fulfilled and balanced, your values are being met, you're getting energy from work, you're getting the recognition or whatever it is that you need, but also it's allowing you to do the whole you, like you say, whether that's whatever that might be, and then why not? And I think it's then how can we really ensure people feel that they can own that, and feel sort of there's almost not a justification that I feel sometimes people, and again particularly women, and I think as well, I've got some friends that are mums that didn't go back into the workplace, and I've had a number of conversations with them, and all too often they'll say, oh, I'm just you know, they're introducing, oh no, I don't work, I'm just a stay-at-home mum, or I'm just going to wait, when the kids are a bit, and it's, well, now hang on, if that's working for you, then, and your family, then it's almost, what can we do to, you know, uplift those women to feel like, yeah, that's okay. So the fulfilled and balanced could be one reason. Another was, and I guess this is a big one, is fear. So actually, is it that people are wanting, they might actually want to progress, but it's like, but what if I get it wrong? You know, what if I apply and I don't get it? What if people think I'm silly? All of those sorts of things. It reminds me, I had a coaching session this morning where someone had something that they wanted to do, and they were talking about why not, and they'd made so many lists of why not, and then we sort of flipped it on its head to be like, why not?
I think it's a great shout though, to, if you're stuck in that scenario, because I think fear plays a big part, certainly from a lot of the people that I've been speaking to. Ultimately, you want to get to that first bubble, which you're saying, like, you're fulfilled and it's balanced, and you probably will get there at various points. Like, kind of, we just want to try and spend more time in that first bubble. But that second one about fear, I think, is something that in reality holds a lot of us back. Fear and I think in a weird way, almost the more senior that I've got, the more that plays in, because you've got yourself into a position that you're seen as being, like I said, being senior, or being kind of whatever, or being making a mark in terms of what you're doing. And then there's actually quite a lot of risk associated with maybe doing something different, like kind of, or having to do it again, or even feeling like you have to start again as well. So that what you're saying about, if you're in that scenario where fear plays into that, making a list of all the things that you're fearful, but then flipping it around, I think is a great technique that people could use.
Yeah, it's almost like you say, you know, a reason to maybe not apply for that job or whatever, even though you want it, is like, well, I might not get it. But then the why not is, but you might get it.
Yeah. And that in itself can hold people back.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's not even getting to the point, I might not get it. It's actually what is quite fearful sometimes, is that you might actually get it. And then what? Now I think that could be in itself. And I certainly have felt that myself, like moving from the position that I was in and kind of going, I don't know if I can do that again. Like, kind of, I don't know. And it's a whole combination of emotional, kind of psychological things that go on, not only being feeling like I needed my own break to kind of do something different, but also I think fear was a big part of that, in terms of, I don't know if I can do that again. Like, I don't know if I have the energy, I don't know if I have, like, kind of the commitment, that, like, kind of what it takes. I knew what it took to do it the first time. And also I don't know if it will work somewhere else as well. And that kind of, I think, sometimes into a lot of things.
And I think as you're saying that, Amy, it's sort of I guess, and I know I think it's sometimes a bit overused, but I still really resonate with it, that, you know, imposter syndrome. And I mean, if anyone doesn't have imposter syndrome or knows how to really handle it, then I mean, bottle it, sell it, and, you know, you'll never work a day in your life. But and I'll share, because I know that you liked it, so you probably know what I'm going to share now. And I think as well, it's something really, an exercise that I've done for myself recently, that I think, you know, I'd love to share with others. And it's connected with imposter syndrome. And it's an exercise where you identify and unmask your inner critic, and you name them. So the whole I guess philosophy behind it is that actually it's, you know, our inner critics have the greatest power when they're in the shadow, sort of lurking, where actually if we shine a light on them and, you know, we give them a persona, then actually we lessen, you know, we lessen their power. And well, I will share it so we can share it with the team, the name, but it's so my coach for self-confident. So this the author Julie Smith I used to work with at PepsiCo, and I'm super supportive that I'm super fortunate that she's still a sort of mentor. And actually that came, I've got her book launch the day after Uplift Her, actually, so it's brand new. But so shall I just show everyone?
Yes,
I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to be vulnerable. So my inner critic. My goodness, can't believe I'm sharing this. So let's just tick through some of this stuff. We can always come back. Is Gertrude. So
Gertrude out there in her full presence.
In her full, quite ugly, but also not seeing her on paper not as scary, and she does feel less powerful. And I guess the what you talked about in terms of actually you know, there's that whole why not, and it might be actually I'm fear because oh my goodness, what if I do get it and I can't put myself in that again. And I think, you know, there is a piece that, again, what I found really helpful was our inner critics ultimately are there to protect us. So for example, Gertrude was saying to me before I joined this call, what are you doing? Like recording a webinar, what you think you're like, you know, Sheryl Sandberg or someone like, you know, people don't care about what you've got to say. No one's going to listen. It's going to be rubbish, you know, all of those sorts of things. And then I'm not saying those thoughts will go away, and what Julie Smith talks about in her book is almost sort of being like, hey, thanks, Gertrude. I know you're trying to protect me. I'm actually really excited about having this conversation with Amy. And yeah, I'm going to put myself out there and do it. And what's the worst that can happen? So it's sort of, you know, almost diminishing that power. So I think, and actually, that you can see, I obviously had Sheryl Sandberg on the brain, but just in terms of that fear piece, I think it is about, you know, noticing, you know, what are they saying, and even, you know, sometimes writing it down, you can be like, well, you know, is that true, or what's the evidence for it, and also thinking, you know, with a different perspective of, okay, if you could progress and know that you could succeed in whatever barometer you wanted, which may be staying where you are, which may be taking a step back, which might be you know, whatever it is, you know, how would that change the way you act? And there's a quote there from it's actually from the Squiggly Career book, which I imagine you've read, but they sort of quote Sheryl Sandberg, and, you know, if you're offered a seat on a rocket ship, just get on. That was the message that inspired me to make the best career decision I've ever made.
It's difficult though, isn't it? I think that one is absolutely relevant. So I think a lot of my kind of career, like I said, I managed to get to quite a senior position, and a lot of it ended up being other people kind of putting me in that position, which was great. And really fulfilled, like, kind of in terms of doing all of that sort of stuff. And actually sometimes I used to say to people, if I stopped and thought about what I did, I would never do it. Like I just wouldn't. Like the company was huge, and huge responsibility, like 10,000 people. And every time I would just be like, yeah, I'll have a go. Like, kind of, what's the worst?
Get on the rocket ship.
And that for me was almost easier than when I had to make like a substantial change. Like, do you know what I mean? When I left, and then starting to do your own thing and then trying to figure out what, like, that is when I think more of my inner critic kind of came out and fear came out. So I would also say to anybody that's listening, like, it's also about playing an active role in your kind of own career and like understanding maybe the things that you are fearful of. And I absolutely love Gertrude. I love the fact that you have shared her. And actually, I was talking to somebody else the other day that is on our podcast, and she said that she named her imposter syndrome as well. I think she called her Careful Claire as well, with the same idea that it's like actually she's there, she's trying to protect me from doing things that like might put me in a vulnerable position, but I can contain her, like kind of if I've given her a name. Like you said, I think the point that you've said throughout as well, writing stuff down as well. I'm not a big writer, I'm not a big journaler, like kind of a lot of people are, but even the things that you've been talking about now, do you find that with your clients and like kind of the people that you coach, if you start to get people to write stuff down, does that make a big difference?
It's a great question, Amy, and I think it does depend on the person. So if you could see the wall in front of me now, I've got so many post-its and affirmations and all this sort of stuff, and 10,000 notepads. I've tried all sorts of electronic, but I'm like an old school. I love my notepad. And so some clients I find will be like, oh yeah, and they're I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna put my sticky note up or whatever. But then other clients will be like, sort of like you, that doesn't work for me. But actually, what then we might do is almost a visualization exercise that either is something, you know, in the future. So imagine that you've woken up and everything's as you dreamed it would be. You're doing exactly what you want from a total life perspective. And, you know, we look at, what's happening, what does your day look like, who's there, all of those sorts of things. So I find that can be useful for people to do a visual. And I guess the other piece is looking at, I guess, back to what we looked at the start in terms of what brings you joy and reflecting on a time in your life where you have had real joy, and almost trying to recreate that in your mind, so that then actually when you get the invitation to the rocket ship, let's say, you've got a bit of a barometer. And it's I think we're probably on a similar page on this, because that quote I actually put in as to be slightly provocative in a, well, hang on a minute, if you're saying you need to define your own success and what you want, and then, well, hang on, but if someone offers you, get on the ship. So I thought, I guess for, you know, people listening, for me, it's almost how, I guess it's both. It's almost, if you're holding yourself back in progression, whatever, whether that's in career or life, whatever, if that is because of fear, and actually, you know, what brings you joy and what success, you know, actually by getting on that rocket ship, it's going to help, then just bloody do it. Just get on and go. But actually, if it isn't, then don't feel because someone else in a senior position is offering you a seat on then don't. I saw something, and I can't remember the lady's name, on LinkedIn just this week, and she said that she'd been, you know, progressing in her career, promotion after promotion, got offered another promotion that had been sort of her dream job and all those sorts of things. So I guess the seat on the rocket ship, and she turned it down. And she said everyone at the time was like, what are you doing? You're mad. And she just was like, I just realized that that wasn't serving me anymore. That's not how I wanted to progress in life. And I just sort of got, you know, again, I guess back in that hamster wheel type analogy that we've we've talked about.
Yeah. So taking the time, reflection seems to be the biggest thing, isn't it? Figuring out really what's motivating you, what's holding you back, kind of what are the steps that you can take, and maybe it kind of comes back to some of that control as well, feeling like you're in control, and you're making the decisions for your career. So whether it is to stay where you are because that serves you well, and that serves your life and your family, and what you want to do, and how you want to kind of contribute as well. But if it doesn't, knowing that it can evolve and it can change, and what you maybe set out to do will evolve.
Yeah, 100%. And I think what you say in terms of the reflection, taking the time, and really, I guess it's true to sort of cheesy to say, but it's being true to yourself, and also knowing that you're not on your own when you feel that, oh my goodness, and that overwhelm, or it might be a decision that you feel that you need to make on your career or family or whatnot. And I think we're all in our own way, sort of, spinning those plates, and women with, and again I say women, and typically women, but with the mental load, and you're going to bed, and I've got and this and that, but actually how it can be quite liberating to almost just take time and space to think about what is important, and what does success and progression look like for you. And progression may be being right where you are now.
Because
owning that
success doesn't have to be the job title or even the money, or like kind of, and it kind of comes back to what you were saying right at the beginning. I think maybe that's also the value in terms of what you're doing, and the way that your kind of ambitions as well, to kind of coach people and do that through looking at individuals as a whole human being. And like you said, your emphasis on kindness is kindness to yourself, like kind of, and kindness to others. And I think that coaching space can really help people, because not only can it be a space where you kind of talk through some of this, which actually, yes, build networks, but if you're maybe in that space where you're pondering what to do, or you feel stuck, or you're thinking about progression, actually having a space where you talk to somebody that gives you some of these tools that we talked about, writing down kind of things, or like visualizing things, can actually really help as well. So I'm excited to see your kind of your own career path and your own kind of coaching practice thing that you're developing.
Thank you, Amy. And it's I'm super excited. But I've also got old Gertrude being like, wow, this isn't gonna last, is it? And you'll be like back on, like looking for a full-time job before you know it.
You've got Gertrude drawn out, written down, and like kind of, she will keep you safe from the absolute things that you need to keep safe.
Exactly.
I think that's the great thing in terms of, I think one of the key things that you've shared today is that actually we do all have that, and we do have things that hold us back, and that kind of tends to have these peaks and troughs during our careers, and it doesn't always get easier. So those people that are in senior positions that might not want to progress forward, but understanding why you might not want to progress forward, whether that is because you are absolutely content and happy where you are now and it's balanced, but knowing full well that might change. Everything that we're doing should be trying to get us to that balanced position.
but also knowing that fear probably does play a big part,
Mm.
kind of, and that's quite a complex area. So working with somebody like you and a coach can be really beneficial if people get to that point.
Yeah, no, and I guess I've had a lot of coaching, you know, as I've been when I was going through the early stage of my diploma and things, and I think it often is quite, I guess, surprising still that I had a client this morning that like I didn't think I really had anything to talk about, and then you know it's and then you know she said you know I knew that. And there's this, and I guess the school that I'm at have, you know, this sort of the philosophy that it's you know, no one knows what we need better than ourselves. So, you know, it absolutely comes from you know, from the client and from within us. And I think it's just in life we can lose sight of that and not take the time to reflect and show ourselves
But
kindness.
sometimes I would also say we often know what we need, but verbalizing it down is a whole nother beast. Like
100%. Yeah.
And so that's what I think when it comes to coaching or talking to people, sometimes doing it with somebody that is impartial is a step forward, but there is also something quite liberating when you start to say, I am fearful of that, or I really enjoy this, or I'm balanced or fulfilled by this, then you're taking kind of going back to what you were saying right at the beginning, taking control of that as well. So I would also encourage anybody to start trying, because actually once you start, you like a little bit like you were doing about writing Gertrude down and drawing her, then it becomes something that you can own as well.
Absolutely. And I think, I mean, look, we've like I say, these topics you could just talk forever, couldn't you? And I had well, we've just covered 2 of the 4 insights that I thought might be behind that. So, you know, perhaps if anyone listening has been interested in it, then we can, you know, pick that up again at a later date. But yeah, it's been really great to talk about this with you.
Well, given that we've covered so much and we've got still more, we'll have to get you back for another section then.
Love to. Yeah.
Too.
Yeah,
We can get
100%.
more in depth. But look, thank you. These are really important sessions, and I hope our listeners and the audience have kind of taken a huge amount. I think my thing is I'm going to go, I haven't got a name yet, but I'm going to go and write down my own like kind of fear gremlin. And give it a name, and contained.
Do it. We can share our Gertrudes. #Gertrude.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tim. Is there anything else you want to add?
Just that I love what you guys are doing with Uplift Her, and I just think it's often we I mean that whole, I think there was I quite like quotes, it was maybe we could put it in the notes or something, but the piece around that sort of the real sisterhood and women empowering women and actually that that I guess the power of lifting each other up rather than oh, I need to be like this, and I'm fine actually. Do you know what? No, I'm bloody not, and I'm overwhelmed, and me too, and okay, how can we, and I think just you see the I guess the various media channels you've got, set up with Uplift Her, and you can see it and you can feel it, and you've got your in-person events like the webinar, the stuff for International Women's Day. So no, just thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a small part of it.
Oh, thank you for being a big part of it. I think everybody, like you said, it's a community that will grow from the people that are part of it. And I think I've certainly learned that our careers and life in general is so much more difficult navigating as a solo endeavor, that if we can kind of do it together, then that makes a world of difference, and we can all be successful together. So I really appreciate kind of you being part of it and you sharing today. And remind us where your next venture, you've got a website that you're launching. How can people find you?
Yes. So yes, I have I've got a look, I'm sharing Gertrude in one space, and then in the next, oh hang on, no, there she is again. Good, you go away, Gertrude, we're done with you. But yes, so this is my my logo, Kindness for Success Coaching. And I guess, yeah, so in terms of where I guess people can connect with me, Kim Stokes on LinkedIn, but also Kim at kindnessforsuccess.com, and Kindness for Success Instagram as well. And then I guess what we spoke about, I would love if anyone is keen to explore more either on this topic, on the overwhelm in that, having it all and interested in discovering what, their all is, then I'd love to work with people in this community. And anyone from the community, I'd love to give a 25% off coaching sessions. So yeah.
Brilliant.
So
Well,
that's where
thank you for making
that's where you
that.
can find me.
Yeah. And so it's all there on the kind of the screen, but yeah, we can share that in the notes as well, and out on social media. So thank you for your very kind offer. I appreciate it today.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Hey Leonie, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you doing today?
Yeah, well, I have been on back-to-back Zoom meetings all day, so but I'm really glad to be ending my day talking with you about something I feel quite passionate about. So tell me, because actually, sincerely, you and I have not spoken about this in advance of this chat today.
No.
But I'm intrigued because I did not know that you had an autoimmune condition until you reached out to me. So tell me about it.
Yeah, I haven't really spoken about it either, certainly not publicly, but I have something called Hashimoto's disease, which is something you can have and nothing really bad happens from it. Autoimmunity doesn't necessarily happen as a result of that, but my Hashimoto's disease has been burning away for 10 years without me knowing, and it's destroyed my thyroid gland. So when I actually went in, when I went into the doctors, because I felt pretty rough, they confirmed that I had Hashimoto's, and actually it progressed past the point of being able to do anything about it. So it was a really big shock. And then I read your article in Campaign where you also were speaking about your autoimmune condition. And so I really wanted to speak to you about it. I mean, I think it's, of all the people who get this, an autoimmune condition, 80% are women. So I actually think there's probably quite a lot of us floating around, and you just don't know who is dealing with it in secret.
But I also wonder, a bit like you, how many people are dealing with it and dealing with the impact of having an autoimmune disease, but they don't know they've got one.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not to scare people, is it? But like I say, I've probably had this for 10 years. So for a decade, I've been kind of passing off symptoms that don't seem to be particularly related, and lots of them would just disappear as a normal, in your tiring week, you're a bit. So it's
But how does it manifest itself? Like, how do you feel it? If you don't mind talking about it, you don't have to go.
No, not at all. No. So I actually went because I thought my hair was really different. I was really cold. And it's bizarre what happens when something's creeping up on you over 10 years. I hadn't even noticed I'd started wearing a scarf at my desk at home. I just thought I need to put the heating on more. So it just kind of crept in like that. I was cold and I was slightly out of breath. I didn't feel as fit. My hair felt really, really thin. And a lot of it, I thought, well, I'm just getting older, or it's perimenopause stuff or something. But it actually got to the point where, and again, it didn't occur to me that something was really wrong. I felt quite tired in the afternoons. I'm really tired, and that's kind of a normal thing. That's, human rhythm, circadian rhythm. But that had got much, much worse, to the point where I was just napping, which is a really good thing to do, actually. But I was really having to do it, just completely going. And anyway, I finally went along, and they weren't necessarily a set of symptoms you'd put together. So I don't think I'd have guessed, or and they did the blood tests, and yeah, I had this thing which was just unbelievable. I just couldn't believe it.
And out of interest, did your GP or whoever sort of shared the news with you, did they have a lot of information about it, or did you have to kind of Dr. Google?
Yeah, the trouble is well, without getting into this, because it would take hours, but my experience has been they get you to a certain point, they get you back up to a certain level with a synthetic thyroid hormone, which is what I have. But they don't know how to solve autoimmunity or make that better. So the conditions that are surrounding your symptom, which is my thyroid being busted, aren't tackled at all in our health system at the moment. So you're left to decide whether you're just going to take the synthetic hormone and get on with it, or you're going to actually try and get yourself out of this systemic mode that you've got yourself into, so that you can, maybe not develop another autoimmune condition, because you're more likely to get others if you've got one. So I'm trying to do all that stuff now, and so I'm taking the synthetic thyroid hormone, which is great, but that is the symptom. So I'm in the background always trying to change how my system's working.
I mean, this doesn't sound like it's an easy task.
No, it's not. It's really not easy. I mean, I do things now that I can't quite believe I do. I do all sorts of things to heal my gut. I mean, it's still now so part of my routine, I think, that it doesn't impact me too much, and that my friends and the people around me don't think it's that weird that I'm doing things like drinking a shot of vinegar to change my stomach acid, and all the gluten and dairy's gone. That just goes straight away. But the biggest thing is just the boundaries, that I still didn't fully have. I think I still felt a little bit vulnerable about saying things like, I can't make that meeting, I've got an exercise class booked, or whatever it was. And, I think something like this, the good side of it has been, it completely tips you over into having those boundaries for me now are easy. Once you know you're ill, you can look after yourself.
But how long into this are you? Like, what's the time frame? How long have you been like your healthy eating, vinegar drinking self?
Well, actually, I was diagnosed about a year ago, and then I spent a good couple of months just kind of in denial and thinking, I'm sure they've got that wrong, and I bet there's something I can do to reverse it. So I didn't take the medication for 2 months. And then there was an acceptance period, and you kind of go through these stages. So I've been kind of fully on the reversing my anti-inflammatory system bus for about 6 months now.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
So and I read your article and just thought, God, there's quite a lot of us coping with it and doing this stuff. And it's, I never see other people drinking shots of vinegar and doing all that stuff.
Well, the reason why I was interested to know how far along this journey you are, because it took me back to when I was sort of newly diagnosed with lupus, is what I've got, systemic lupus. And it took so long. Lupus is characteristically really hard to diagnose because it masks as loads of other things, because it's basically, similarly, it's a collection of autoimmune diseases, but it's under the umbrella of lupus, and I'd just been poorly for a long time, and I was probably poorly, like I was in and out of hospital, and every time they would keep me in because all my markers were all over the place, and you know, I'd clearly had a lot of inflammation and not enough oxygen, and my kidney and liver weren't functioning properly, and I had an inflammation around my heart, pericarditis, and it was really freaking bleak. And anyway, at the time that I was then diagnosed, I went into full on clean living. Like I was a proper party animal. My nickname was Leanie Last at the party because you couldn't get rid of me. And I stopped drinking. And I know that this is bad to say, but darling, I'm just in there. Okay, I'm sorry.
Look what I did for her.
I love your makeup and I love you, and I'm just doing something, and I'll come down in a minute.
Makeup artist when I
Okay,
go up.
Brill.
You haven't talked to me. Oh.
Anyway, I won't talk about that now. So basically I went into full-on healthy living, and had you know, I was so healthy. I was so healthy, but at the time my body had been so poorly. I'd stopped having periods because your body does this miraculous thing where it protects yourself from yourself, and it was like, you are not fit to have a baby right now, we won't give you that function. And then and I went to go and see someone who said, you know, yeah, your ovaries are basically sleeping to protect you. And that's when Freddie, who just interrupted us just now, came along, because I didn't know I was pregnant because I hadn't been having periods for about 6 months anyway. And I was doing this really healthy living and treated my body like some kind of temple. And then cut to, you know, however many years later after that original diagnosis, which is, so it's probably 9 years later, I don't do any of those things. I do nothing. I've gone back to really unhealthy ways. And that is setting myself up for a fall.
Has it affected the way that you feel on a day-to-day basis? Because I think I've tapered off the health stuff and I don't feel that much worse. But how do you feel?
Do you know what? At the time when I was sort of like recovering from a sort of bad bout of lupus, and it flares up, and it often is associated with stress and you know, and your work-life balance and just your life zen. And I needed a reset. I needed mentally and physically to press reset, but I also hated it passionately. I was so angry with my body for letting me down, and I hated this lupus label for changing me, and I didn't talk about it with anyone because I felt so embarrassed that I had this thing that had let me down. And it's funny because actually the reason why that campaign article came about was in an effort to try and normalize it for people like me who had found that there was, you know, a self-inflicted stigma attached to it. But funnily enough, like when I gave it lots of attention in the healthy evening, and it became too much of my personality.
You mean it takes over, doesn't it?
Took over, and that's not who I wanted to be, and that's why I was so angry with it. So I'm quite happy now, like it's bubbling away in the background. I'm conscious. Have you heard of the spoon theory?
No.
I really recommend it to everybody. It's like an autoimmune thing in the autoimmune community. It's a good thing for everybody in their life. That basically, if you imagine that you wake up at the beginning of the day and you've got 5 spoons in your pocket, and for each bit of a kind of activity that exerts your energy, you have to give a spoon. So when I was properly poorly, to have a shower would have been giving away a spoon. Then if a friend wanted to come and visit me for a coffee, that energy would be giving away another spoon. And you basically, mindful of the fact that you've only got 5 spoons to use throughout your day, you use them wisely. Like now I don't think about that, like just give away my spoons willy-nilly. Like I've got a lot of energy to give, and that's how I like to live my life. But it is still important to remember we're not infallible. Like we do need to protect, whether you've got 50 spoons or 5, you need to be careful and mindful and protect your spoons. So if I am having a moment where I feel like, and I can tell, for me, like I can feel when my heart is, the muscle around my heart is inflaming, or my lungs are inflaming, I can feel all of that, and I just think, spoons, bring it back.
Well, yeah, that's a really good one. It's a nice way, it's a good way to think about it almost on a daily basis, assessing how you feel and trying to manage it on that day, isn't it? Because I don't know about you, but I wake up and sometimes I've got 1 spoon, sometimes I've got 10, but the unpredictability of it is quite hard to manage, I find. So I guess alongside the spoons theory, it's about knowing what you've got on that day almost, and just being a bit more aware of it, isn't it?
And I had a real wake-up call when, you know, because to be honest, like lupus comes in flares, and I haven't had a flare-up, not one where I've been bedridden or worse, taken to hospital. Like I haven't had one of them in years, and quite commonly, like having children helps that. And my lupus specialist, when I got pregnant with Freddie and all of my symptoms disappeared, he said, your body, because autoimmune, your body is attacking itself aggressively, but because you can't do that because you've got a baby, your immune system lifts so it doesn't attack the baby. And so my consultant joked to me, well, you're just going to have to keep going pregnant then.
Keep going, not do that forever.
Exactly. Nor do I want to, thank you very much. And yeah, 2 and done, thanks, that's me done. But I haven't been ill about it with lupus for so long. And then a couple of Christmases ago, I started to get some symptoms back, and I spoke to my lupus consultant about going back on some immune suppressants, but it's an immune suppressant, and he said to me, do you really want to go into winter with an immune suppressant? It's like, you know, at its worst, I was on a little chemo pill. It just suppresses your immune system. And I said, no, I do not want to do that. And he went, I think you just need to control it with your better controlling your lifestyle. And I was that to be told, control your lifestyle or go on this horrible medication.
It focuses them on that stuff, doesn't it? Yeah. Things become doable. Yeah.
And
so
how do you know? Oh no.
I'm going to ask you probably the same question. How do you control your, you know, you're in a senior role, it's busy, you've got all this stuff going on 1,000,000 miles an hour. Do you ever have to think about managing it, or can you manage it, or do you just put it to one side now? And
I mean, to be honest, I am not the best person, you know, to talk about this, because if I was to give you advice, I would say be very clear about your own boundaries, be very strict with yourself, and put those boundaries in place for yourself. So I think the only thing that I do and really adhere to is I go to bed early. I can't, I'm no longer Leonie Lust the party. I need to get sleep because it's restorative, and because my day job is so very intense, I'm not getting any respite in the day. So I need to do it at night. I need to sleep. But aside from that, I still drink arguably too much. I still don't eat all the healthy food I ought to eat. But if I was to give you advice, it would be like, yes, look after your body. It's a temple.
I can tell I'm at a stage that you've been through almost, because I'm doing all the healthy stuff. I'm living like a, juicing, all that stuff. And I can already tell I don't want this to be the rest of my life. It's really, really full on. So I think it will find its own equilibrium where you do the things that you know make a big difference to you, and you you drop the rest. But I agree with you that sleep is absolutely fundamental now. If I don't have a pretty early night, I'm just absolutely unable to function properly the next day.
Yeah.
So it's not worth, for me, it's not worth trying to push that. It's a non-negotiable, isn't it?
And also I think meditation is so important.
Yeah.
Because
it's a really, really good one.
You can't nap. If you can't nap in the day, and at the moment my schedule doesn't allow that. But if I can, and I have been at times before, like, oh, I'm too busy, I can't possibly give myself 3 minutes. Yes, you can. Everyone can give themselves 3 minutes just to do some relaxation, some breathing, to empty your brain, to bring your heart rate down. This is so important because it regulates your system. And I think so often we're in kind of like our bodies are in, or we're in a kind of fight or flight mode, working, firing off emails, speak in and out of meetings. And this, you know, your rhythm is shot. Just so
you get stuck. You can actually get, I mean, I think that's what happens to me. You actually get permanently stuck in fight or flight. So
yes, yeah,
it becomes more than just relax. You can't just relax. You have to actually undo that with breathing and meditation.
Yeah.
You have to unravel that, don't you, to come out of that state that you've been in for so long. But that's a really good, I hadn't thought of meditation actually when you can't nap, because of course you can't nap. I can actually nap because I'm at home, but you can't nap. But that's a really good swap for
it's a good swap.
Yeah.
And I would say as well, be honest with your, I mean, you work for yourself. So, but if you work for a company, I would say be very crystal clear with your employers. And I know that when I was an MD when I first got diagnosed with lupus, and I remember just feeling so embarrassed and guilty and cross with myself for having to tell Derek, my CEO, about what I was going through. And I was so embarrassed about the hospital appointments, etc., etc. And then I realized that, you know, you just take that. That was all, I was putting all of that story, projecting my imagined view of what he was, you know, thinking of me. None of that was true. You all your employees will want to do is fully support you and to get you back to good health and put whatever measures they can in place to protect you. And even if it means protecting you from yourself, telling you to get offline. And you know,
it's really interesting that, and I haven't spoken about it before because I think I've spent so long in an industry, in a career where I wouldn't say necessarily the badge of honor thing, but you're just, that pace is just normal, and also it's quite fun, and I enjoyed it. I loved it. And I probably felt a bit unhealthy at times, but you can, you can just brush it off, can't you? But I think it does feel a bit weird saying I need to go again to another appointment, or I'm not going to join that meeting because I've got this. I'm going to do an hour of yoga, whatever it is.
Yeah,
but
I know. Yeah,
I've pushed past that point too, and it's okay. I do all that stuff now, and I don't think people bat an eyelid too much.
And I think
it's
actually,
about what you deliver, isn't it? It's about the work that you deliver, and I've found finally that I can actually look after myself and have those boundaries and deliver as good or even better work, actually.
Well, exactly. And the consequence of not doing those things, if you don't put those boundaries in place for yourself, then you will burn out, your body will fail you, and you will have to take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks off work. So surely it is better to finish the day at a reasonable time, take a reasonable lunch break to have, your basic, it works for you and it works for the company.
I hope it's that point, because we're going to be working, lots of us going to be working for quite a long time, and it's you've got these the autoimmune thing is on the increase, which I didn't realize either. It's really rising. So not only is it 80% of women who of all the people who've got an autoimmune disease, 80% are women. That figure is going up year on year. So I think modern life, isn't going to slow down in times. We need to take it into our own hands, really. If you be around doing your career for as long as you would hope to do it, then it just doesn't make sense, does it, to not
And
do
also, when you say that about taking it into your own hands, I would say that for women, that we have to take our healthcare into our own hands, because the NHS, God bless it, is just not set up. It's not fit for purpose for women. It doesn't serve women. They just don't have, I listened to a Women's Hour the other day, and it's about the amount of research papers, the amount of time that goes into researching women's diseases in comparison to those that impact men.
We haven't had the money, we haven't had the research, and I'm wondering actually if this autoimmune thing, how much money is going into that now to find out why it's so many women and why that figure is rising. I mean, it's an interesting one to think about that.
Yeah, we won't solve that now, though.
won't solve that now. Just put money going into it somehow.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're out of time, Sam, because we've done about 20 minutes, haven't we?
Well, it was lovely to speak to you, and I'm glad you did write that article or agree to have that article written, because it is what prompted me to speak about it. And it was, you know, it was refreshing, I think, to see someone being vulnerable about that stuff. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for reading it, and thank you for telling me about yours as well. And I think, yeah, all we can do, women are so good at supporting one another and lifting each other up. And I think the more that we can be honest about what's going on in our personal lives as well as our professional lives, they're all interwoven. And, you know, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Let's just continue to support one another. It's nothing but a brilliant thing. Really nice to speak to you, Sam.
Really nice to speak to you.
Bye.
Good day. Welcome to the UpliftHER podcast celebrating International Women's Day. I am Nono Mofokeng. I'm a producer in the film and TV industry. With 17 years in the industry, I've worked in commercials, TV, film, animation, and VFX. Currently, I'm working as a VFX producer in Malta, having relocated here from the UK, London. I'm also an ambassador for UpliftHER, which is such a great organization and a great community that seeks to mentor and support women in their careers. Today, we are going to talk about building a career as a woman of color in the workspace. And I am joined by an amazing woman in the creative industry with me. So I'd just like to take a moment to introduce Marjan Mogadem. She is a renowned digital artist known for her unique and original style of 3D CG figuration animation. She is a recipient of top awards in digital art and animation. Marjan, welcome.
Thank you.
If you can yes, and thank you for giving us your time and being with us today. If you can just take a moment to tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you do.
Oh, sure. Thank you for having me. I'm a digital artist, as you pointed out. I specialize in 3D CG. I also use a lot of other VFX workflows in my fine arts work. I've been creating and exhibiting digital fine arts since the 1980s, but I also have a background in production. So I was a production artist for many years, working on film and TV, primarily as a 3D CG artist. And that really actually enabled me to be able to do the work that I do as a fine arts artist. So I had the training, I had the technology, and was able to upkeep that for many years. And at some point I went into academia. So I'm a tenured full professor of digital art and XR. And I'm actually, I mentioned I ran from class to do this, and I'm currently teaching VFX also. And so that's basically me in a nutshell. And in 2020, I started selling NFTs of my digital fine arts animations primarily. And so I'm an OG of the NFT space as well. And I'm also originally from Iran. So I'm an immigrant and a political refugee, and I live and work in the United States and Brooklyn.
Oh, that is amazing. I am definitely going to seek your support in terms of NFTs and how to invest in them, because it's an area I've been looking at, but I don't understand them. So I need a bit of guidance.
You can definitely start by investing in me, because I'm an OG NFT artist. I was one of the early artists, and those artists, generally speaking, have a much higher value. I also have a very well-established, easily Googleable 4 decades long digital fine arts exhibition history. behind me. And, you know, I've gone viral numerous times on the internet with my art hacks.
Oh, that is definitely wonderful. That's beautiful. I'm definitely going to be in touch after the talk and lean on to you for support. And today we know that it's International Women's Day, and we just want to talk about what it means to be a woman in the workspace, especially more a woman of color. Do you feel that your journey has been hard because you are a woman of color?
It's interesting because I feel like I have experience as a fine arts artist. I have experience as an applied arts artist, production artist. And I also have experience in academia since the late 1990s. And so my experience is being a female, an artist of color, and older in my case, is definitely a huge negative in the fine arts world. So it is, it reduces your value by substantial amounts, independent of how good your work is. And, you know, majority of the sales are male, majority are white males in the fine arts world. There's very little room for women. And I think with technology art, everybody wants young artists. So if you're a woman my age and you're top of your game doing great technology art, it's irrelevant. The age factor is, and the gender is combination. It's very negative. Add to it also artists of color. That's more negative.
Yeah.
In academia, when I first started in academia teaching computer graphics and animation, it was very difficult for women faculty. So things have, however, changed. Nowadays, it's not as difficult as it was in the early days. I think out of the three areas that I mentioned that I have experience in, the area that I encountered the least amount of difficulty, not at first, but over the course of time, was actually in production and VFX. You know, because that industry is heavily merit-based. And so at some point, people sort of look beyond what you are.
Yes.
And they deal with your ability and your talent and your skill. And if you deliver the shot, everybody loves you, you know. Absolutely. And it doesn't matter what color you are, how old you are, what I mean, you have to give it to merit, that sometimes merit delivers color blindness better than almost anything else. And but for many years, I worked in buildings in New York City where I was the only female in the building, because they're all production companies. I was like the only female in the building who wasn't a receptionist. So in the early days, the industry was very, very male dominated. And whenever I worked at a new studio, I always had to go through this, what I call the period of like convincing everyone that I could do what I was hired to do, you know, because there was always almost this suspicion of, I don't know if she can do this, I don't know if she can do that. And I had to work late. I was the one who stayed till late. I was the one who pulled all-nighters. I was the one who did all of that stuff to constantly prove that I could deliver the shot, that I was good at what I did. And eventually I was rewarded for it. But yeah, I mean, I had to work very hard in the beginning to prove myself. And sometimes other animators who were male didn't have to work that hard because there was an almost automatic assumption that they know what they're going to do. And in terms of being an artist of color, it's strange. If you look at VFX production companies, a lot of the women are women of color in the industry, you know. I mean, they're not. And so it's interesting because I think so many women of color entered VFX and CG and 3D in particular, that's kind of changed. I'm not sure if there's too much of a negative bias. I mean, I think there's still negative biases, but considerably less. So I think the most important thing to point out is that the industry has changed. And it has basically, in my opinion, changed for the better. So there's more opportunity for women in VFX. There's more opportunity for artists of color. I mean, oftentimes the now VFX teams can sometimes be, I call them like a mini UN, you know, because everybody's from a different country. Yeah. And so there's a lot has improved in that regards in production and VFX. Once again, I think it has to do with the meritocratic structure of VFX. You have to be good, and people are willing to consider your skills before they consider your gender, sexual orientation, race, age, whatever. Although age, I think, is still a hard one in VFX. I think that in VFX, it is improved. In academia, it is improved. In fine arts, it is not.
You touched on a lot of points, because my next question to you was going to be, do you find that is it harder for you, or was it harder for you as a woman, and more especially as a woman of color? And you did touch on that. I certainly can relate. And I remember when I started in the industry as well, I remember there were times when I would be the only woman in the room. Not only was I just I was just the only woman. There wasn't even that. I was just a woman of color. And in most instances, I was either the only woman of color, and if it's not that, I am the only woman. So I found that the industry was very male dominated. And not only was it, there weren't enough people of color, there weren't enough women in general. Over the years, we have seen a shift. We have seen more women in animation and VFX, more especially. I'm now working in studios where there are more women, and there's still not more women than men, but there are more women than it used to be years ago. So I can certainly say that it is improving and we're moving in the right direction. But I know it was hard. I know I had to work hard. I put in a lot of long hours in my early career. I used to be in the office till late nights, stay late. Sometimes I remember there were shoots where I worked. It felt like I was working 7 days a week without a break. So I had to put in that work. And it certainly felt like it was easier for the guys. They just had to be there. They didn't have to prove themselves as hard. Yeah. But we do have to give credit where it is due, that it is improving. It's not the same as it was 10 years ago, but it could still be better.
Yes, I agree totally. I think the improvement has accelerated, and I think that's wonderful. And I absolutely agree. There's room for more improvement.
Yes. And in navigating your career, did you ever feel like you needed to have somebody in your corner? That if you didn't have someone in your corner, you would get weeded out? Did you feel that you needed to have a mentor or a sponsor who can advocate for races for you, for projects for you, and promotions on your behalf?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that I was able to impress enough people to have them in my corner. And sometimes it was for purely selfish reasons. They wanted me on the team, because they knew to deliver. And so there was a selfish motive to why they were backing me and would go to bat for me, get me more money, So it was selfish motives. But this is something else that I want to bring up, that oftentimes enough, the people who are very good at what they do, in terms of ability, skill, and talent, really, I think those individuals value merit more than others. And I think when they see someone who's very good at what they do, they admire them and form relationships with them. So like in 3D, if you're really good at what you do, a lot of the guys who are good at what they do, they immediately bond with you.
Yeah.
In other words, there's a sort of fellowship of talent, fellowship of ability, fellowship of I'll do whatever it takes to get this shot right. It's like I don't know, it's like you don't even have to verbalize it, but there's a club of that. And when you recognize each other, you form this instant bond, and you will go to bat for each other. You will support each other. You will do that. And I've had a lot of men do that for me. I've had women do that for me. I've had people of color do that for me. I've had people who weren't of color do that for me. So the common ground is the common ground. Do you have a common ground? And sometimes the common ground isn't your gender or race or sexual orientation, but rather your love and passion for what you do and the way and manner in which you excel at it. And then everybody else who's like that, they just kind of go like that with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. It also what you are saying also comes back to that you have to prove yourself. You have to work twice as hard. And it also feels like as a woman, you kind of have to be exceptional to be accepted in that world.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like a bit of, you know, a flaw that us as you have to be exceptional to be there. If you are not exceptional, you are not in. Whereas our male counterparts, they don't have to be exceptional. They just have to be good. They just have to be okay at the job, and they immediately accept us. So those are the challenges that we face. And I like that you also touched on networking a little bit in terms of network. Find a mentor, find people that you can relate with, that can also be able to advocate for you.
Yeah,
And
I think fostering the workplace relationships is necessary in production. I mean, I hate to say it, but there are a lot of creative geniuses who don't work in the industry because they couldn't really work with other people.
Yeah.
So at some point or other, you have to address the issue of teamwork and being able to work with everyone and have forging relationships with everyone.
Yeah. And do you feel that if someone is not able to network or is not able to have somebody to advocate for them, their progress within the industry or their career is slowed down because of that?
Yes, it can be impacted. It depends. I think if your skill level is high enough and in demand enough, it doesn't impact it as much. You know what I'm trying to say? Because at the end of the day, they want what you can do.
Yes.
And if your skill level isn't that high or in that demand, of course, that increases the need for fostering the right professional relationships, getting along with everyone, having an advocate or a mentor, etc., etc.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think what you want to avoid, I think there's space for shyness in the industry because it's a kind of like a nerdy thing. And so there's some allowance for, you know, you might have difficulty talking to other people. But I think that you have to find a way, like you said, of having a mentor or an advocate or somebody in your corner. And I think it's okay to be shy, but you can't, I would advise against being antisocial, which is different than shy. And also keep your ego in check. I mean, you know, getting resentful and hurt and this and that. And that stuff can be very disruptive to teamwork, and supervisors, I'm sure you know this, will not tolerate it.
Yeah. Is there a place for us to get to where we don't need to have somebody to advocate for us, that we can advocate for ourselves? I need to be able to advocate for myself. I need to be able to say, I would like to negotiate an increase and not have to find somebody who can advocate for me, because if I say it myself, if I ask for it, no one's going to hear me. So that means that I don't have a voice. So in order for me to have a voice, I have to find somebody with a voice to speak for me. Can we get to a place where I don't need to have somebody to speak for me? I can speak for myself and I can have that voice.
Well, I'm going to share a story. This is from the 90s when I was working in the studio. That might sound very strange, but I'm going to share this story. We had a big project and I had pulled all-nighters to deliver not just my shot, but another shot that somebody else had screwed up so we could make the deadline, finish rendering, all of that. And so on a lot of levels, I had saved the job, you know, because of what I had done. And I knew that I was getting less than the other guys, including the guy who had messed up the shot.
Yeah.
So I sort of prepared and rehearsed to go in and talk to the head of the company about, you know, how I need a raise, because look at what I'm doing. I was getting less than everybody there, you know, even though I was doing much more. So I practiced, I rehearsed all of that. I walked into the president of the company's I walked into his office, and I sat down and I opened my mouth to do this great rehearsed speech that I had. You know what happened? I started crying. As I'm talking, I literally started crying. And it's great that I'm the age that I am, because I can share these things. It's just no longer a big deal. But if I was younger, I don't know if I would share the story. But anyways, I started crying, and then I apologized, and the guy was so freaked out. And he said, "I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were this upset." And so he immediately agreed to the raise.
Oh, that is a great strategy. I am definitely going to try
I
it.
wanted to die afterwards, and I spent a week wanting to die because I cried, and to me that was so unacceptable. But the point is, that's something I needed to go through, because the next time I had to ask for a raise, I didn't cry. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes the first time you do things, you may not do it very well. You know, it's like riding a bicycle. You might fall. It's unfortunate, but that's the nature of life. What you need to do is to persist and to accept that, to work on improving it, and try again. And each time you will improve. So even if you have a catastrophe of the kind I had the first time, you still have to accept it, find ways of improving it, and try again. And you know, I'm happy to say I've never had to cry asking for a raise or money ever since. But the lesson is, yes, sometimes we don't do it in that way that we fantasize we're going to do it. But you start the process of speaking up in however way you can. And if the first time you speak up, you don't do it in a way you're proud of, it's okay. You accept that and you continue to work on it and improve it.
Oh, that is so beautiful that you say that, because I've certainly been in a place where I felt like my eyes were ready to well up with tears. And I had to coach myself to be like, you can't cry. This is a big moment. You need to do it right. And also, I don't want to be labeled emotional, because it happens. I don't know the person that I'm going to speak to, if they are going to have the grace to understand the situation that I'm going through, that I'm feeling pressure, or I have resentment because I feel that I'm not getting paid my worth and all of that. So I have to, I have to chin up. I have to look strong, and I have to say the right things, because I can't say that. And I love what you say, that it's okay. You're going to make mistakes, but just learn from them and grow from them. And there is empowerment in being able to advocate for yourself. And that's what we want. That's the space we want to be in. We don't want to have to find somebody to be in our corner in order to advocate for us. I want to be able to advocate for myself. And I think that might go for most of women of color in the workspace, that we want to have a voice. We want to speak, and somebody hears us. We don't need John to speak up for us in order for the rest of the room to listen to us.
Exactly.
Yes. This has certainly been a wonderful chat. I've really enjoyed unpacking this conversation with you. And I just wanted to ask if you have any strategies that you can give that can help women of color navigate biases at work. You don't have to go into a lot, just 3 strategies to leave us with something.
I think that I think sometimes the best way to, well, I think a distinction needs to be made. I think if you're dealing with any type of harassment on the basis of race, gender, sexual orientation, etc., this is something you shouldn't be dealing with. You should immediately report it to the people in the workplace who deal with that. That's number 1. Like, use the structures, the professional structures that are in place to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it yourself. So if you work in a large enough production studio where there's a human resources department, you go to HR, immediately, or you report it to your supervisor. You are not expected in any way, shape, or form to endure any kind of harassment on the basis of your race or gender or anything else. So I would say step one is if it's outright harassment or abuse of any kind, you have to report it. Do not deal with it yourself. That's the correct thing to do. If you're dealing with milder forms of biases, those are harder to deal with. You know, there really isn't a whole lot you can go to a supervisor with, or you know, you can go to HR with. In those situations, find common ground, you know, and use the common ground to establish a good working relationship with the person. And sometimes that's not enough. And I hate to say it, but you just have to accept that, you know, some people you're not going to have a good working relationship with, you know, so just tolerate it or accept it or deal with it. But not everybody who works on a team gets along well with everybody on the team. Some people you tolerate. And I think there has to be some acceptance for that. I mean, sometimes I watch younger people and they really struggle with that. And there's really no way through it except for through it. At some point or other, you're going to have to accept, yes, you're going to have to work with this director you don't like, or this supervisor, or this fellow animator you don't like. So you have to understand that some things you confront, and absolutely you must. Other things, you're going to have to find ways of dealing with it in a manner that accepts. These are the people on the team. Some of them I get along with, some of them I don't. And you still have to work with them at the end of the day.
Wonderful. Thank you. So in a nutshell, report bias. Don't keep quiet. Stand up for yourself. Do not sit there and just take it and take it. If it is outright, definitely seek help. Go to somebody that you trust, speak to someone, and get the help that you need. Yes. And also integrate into a team. The team is not always going to be your ideal team because people come from different backgrounds with different personalities. It might not be somebody that you like, but be able to integrate yourself into a team, especially in a cross-cultural organization.
Yeah. And the only thing I would like to add is if you find that type of integration into a team with people you're not really connecting with difficult at first, it'll get easier after time. When you've worked with lots of teams that include, you know, other artists that you don't particularly get along with, you get used to it and it's no longer that big a deal. So there is a light at the tunnel. If you endure and, you know, with practice, it'll get much easier to tolerate individuals that you don't particularly connect with when you're working on team projects.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it is a situation where you are not able to work with a team, there's always there's remedies. You can speak to your manager, you can be changed into another team. You also have to be able to speak up. You don't have to stay in a team where you feel that, you know, there's a lot of bias, or you feel that you are not catered for, or you feel that you know there is some form of microaggressions. It's okay to speak up, speak to somebody, and you could be taken into another team, because sometimes that happens, that you are not with the right team or you are not with the right manager. So you just need to transfer to another team and then you start thriving again, because it's not necessarily about the company you work for, it's about the team that you work for. You can work for the greatest company, but if you don't work with the right team, or you don't work with the right leader, the right manager, you could not enjoy your time at the company and not get to enjoy all the benefits of the company, because you don't get to have the same experience as the other people in the company.
Yeah, and sometimes when none of those remedies work, I left situations that were just too abusive. You know, I left studios just, you know, and it was a hard thing to do. I went hungry for a short, not literally hungry, but I had to live a very lean life for a while until I landed another production position. But I can say that whatever situation I walked out over that sort of a thing was followed by a better one. So, you know, there is such a thing as if you've tried all of these remedies, none of them work, maybe it's time to consider leaving.
Okay, thank you so much. So in a nutshell, we leave everyone with these 3 strategies: is that speak up for yourself and seek help when you need it, and then integrate well into a team, work together with a team, and then number 3, stand your ground. If you need to stand up for yourself and you need to stand your ground, do it. It will be worth it in the long run.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marjan. It was so lovely having you, and we definitely had a wonderful time. I look forward to speaking to you again in another time.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we've come to the end of our day. I think we've nearly had now 11 hours kind of going on a bit further as well. We've had some amazing talks, amazing engagement, and we hope that everybody's got a huge amount for today. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with Hayley, I think, and all of the women and speakers that have kind of come together to kind of highlight not only celebrating women, but also addressing some of the key topics. And I think that was certainly a key thing when Hayley and I kind of came together, that we wanted it to not only celebrate everything, but also kind of address some of those topics that are really important to us in our careers, but also kind of our workplace. So we really hope that you've taken loads away today. And the energy alone of kind of putting these all together and the enthusiasm has been amazing as well. So thank you to Hayley for sowing the seeds and starting everything.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. It's been so nice to work with you all. And a big shout out to everyone who got involved and all the support behind the scenes as well, because it took a lot of organising to put everything together. So I really appreciate everyone's help. And yeah, super happy with the day. So thank you, everybody.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you all soon.